I come bearing snacks. I have coffee. And falafel. Hello, hello. How's it going? Welcome, 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 welcome. Man, I'm starting these things later and later. I'm sorry about that. I was waiting to chat with someone who wasn't around again, and ended up hanging out with a friend on Discord, and I lost track of time. So we're here now. Welcome. Who wins? Jordan Sparrow coming in first. Jelly. Hey, Jelly Donut. What's happening? Imperial Monarch. Good to see you. Speaking of Jelly, what are you doing today? What are you up to today? You streaming today? God of all Doges, welcome, welcome. Apex Suncon, welcome. Brian Lloyd, hello. Mama Dragon, good to see you. Nice smells, but she cute though. Right back at you. Right back at you. Are these warm? Yeah, they're warm. Oh. Those are dry. All right. Hello, 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 hello. Willomancy, hello, what's up? How are you? Long time no see. How you been? Nilky, good to see you. Vantress is allowed to have Echo. Blood is allowed to have Arthur. I say Apex. Games allow Catalyst. A little octopus. Are we back on the octopus? That's really funny. Man, y'all really like that tiny octopus. Oh. Ooh, Ferrofood is ink, though. That's fun. And the octopus gives her more trap reserves. Oh, just a straight buff in the form of an octopus. New heirloom octopus. Okay. This is going somewhere. Zardonix, welcome. How are you? Angry Misfortune, good to see you. You're first, you called it. Well, you heard it here first. It must be true. Where is the octopus? I don't know. Gone, I think. I think the octopus is gone. I'm sorry. Blue Pink Dragon, welcome. We need a name for the octopus mascot. The octopus is a mascot now. I'm pretty sure those files are off my computer. I'm so sorry. Oh no, I didn't know there'd be so much octopus today. I was like, that was fun for a stream. Oh, I'm so arrogant. What was I thinking? 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I have to blow my nose real quick. I don't know what to tell you. You know, squids and octopi are very, very, very live. And they can get in and out of places really easily. So I suspect what must have happened was the octopus must have slipped out from under my stream and scurried away into the ocean. All right. How is everyone otherwise? I started to do all of this Apex homework I have my eyes on a title, which I want to get, and I'm pretty close to it. Or an emblem, rather. I saw this one with the exclamation point. It's like the sort of like the glitch, the grid, like Virtue Fighter emblem. And I wanted to unlock that because I thought that would be really cool. So I've been working towards it. And then I was like, why am I not doing this on stream? I should have just gone live earlier. Lies, lies, lies. What does that mean? Y'all asked me to. Listen, I thought the octopus was cute too. Channel mascot, I don't know. You asked me to Google a random sea creature. I Googled it. We put it on stream for a day. I didn't know it was going to become the channel mascot. At the time, I was like, yeah, I'll Google random creature. I'm not sure it would fit with my lore. I can't tell you where I'm from yet, but it's not the ocean. I'm the mascot, the octopus is the streamer? Okay, tell you what. You know what this means. Guess that means I get to be the one on the ceiling. Toaster can be the streamer. Let's go. Oh no, he's getting too powerful. He's too powerful. No! No! Okay, all right. He's receding. They're receding. That is a high quality frog. Yeah, I have a very high quality frog picture. I don't know. They told me I don't get to be the streamer anymore. I threw out their octopus picture, so they told me that the octopus is the streamer and I'm the mascot now. So I'm just assuming my new job as ornament. How big is this picture? Oh, wow. Oh my God. How did I find this picture? I do not know how I found this picture. I have a... I have a 1280 by 1280 pixel evil toaster. So I have quite a big toaster asset that I have chosen to make as small as humanly possible. Go on your search history. I don't have it anymore. It's gone. It's gone, it's gone. It must have skittered away. Here, look, I can make actual evil toaster. You ready? Watch this. Oh, wait, where'd he go? Bam! We can add fangs too. an impressive mustache if we wanted to. And if we transform the canvas size, we can even add a dastardly hat. Just wait. Okay, look, I'm not an artist. This looks vaguely like a hat, I swear. Uh-oh. Where'd you go? There. Top it off with a monocle. I think this image is getting very busy. No, I kid. We love our little toaster. Yo, you should totally get Toaster to make a devilish. Is there not a devilish frog already? Hey, Jen. What's up? Even if Calamelli doesn't return in body, he will live forever on in your heart of hearts. See, that's a good outlook. It was a good moment that we shared. I didn't mean to start a riot, but I'm also stubborn as hell. Yeah, Melly also... The real answer is Melly also never intended to have a random image off of Google image search become a permanent staple of her stream. I'm just going to be honest. Hey, Moira. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Life comes at you fast. Gotta roll with the tide. I have been looking at assets and potentially looking at getting some overlay upgrades, even though they won't be like completely original updates. Or not, what am I trying to say? They won't be completely original. Come on, coffee, work faster. Assets and overlays until I have a proper model. But I did look at maybe finding some stuff, like looking through options on Etsy and stuff to maybe polish up the stream just a little bit in the meantime. You can't stop the Octatrain, Melly. He has the octopus, and he has the You can't stop the Octrain, Melly, and he has the octopus with him. Wow, that is a mouthful. Brutus, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been hanging on to all of these upgrades because I don't know what I want to use them for. I think I just got a 1789, so I guess I might bump this up just so I know that my main weapon is my highest item level. 87. God, my bags are full. I wish to God there was a better way to do bag management in this game. Hanabatos, welcome. No worries at all. I'm glad that you stopped by to say hello. Thanks for spending some time with me. Melly, I proudly announced that I have 6 exotics. Yo, what do you have, God of all Doges? And do you have a favorite yet? What's your favorite exotic right now? Or is there an exotic that you don't have yet that you are looking to hunt down and get for yourself? This is completely a non sequitur, but last night while I was riding, I popped something in my jaw, and the whole side of my jaw has been hurting, like since last night. Not a whole lot. You know, not like I should probably see a doctor level of hurt, but like, not comfortable. And even now, when I'm biting down on this, I'm feeling a little bit of pain. And it's like I knew it was going to happen too. Like, I felt it pop a little bit, and I'm like, I bet that's going to start hurting like hell. And then it started hurting. Like fucking clockwork. Yeah, I don't remember what I was doing. I think I like, in the most PG way possible, I think I just opened my mouth too wide and my jaw like popped for a second. Yeah, so you get it. You know how it is. Choking down too much delicious snacks. You know me so well. All right, I need to find another one of these. Oh my God, I already have a terminal overload key. Shit. All right, let's go fucking do terminal overload. Chop house, I had several cavities. One is so bad it started abscess. Doesn't hurt anymore. Yo, is that not something that you've been able to, have you not been able to see anyone for it? Like, did you just have to, like, deal with the pain until it, like, went away forever? That sounds awful. Hey, level 1, what's happening? Maybe she's eating the... I like to point out that it was an octopus and calamari is squid, but otherwise I'm on board with the name. Hell yeah, I went to a dentist and they said we can help you for $6,000. Are you fucking kidding me? Ugh, that's disgusting. I am finally going to see like everything I possibly can because I've had shit healthcare for years and I finally have decent healthcare. And I might lose it after this year because you have to qualify every single year. I think I've said this, but so I am taking advantage of it while I can. So I had a first appointment with a GP. I'm going to talk to a GI just because why not? Talk to a GI in about a month. I'm talking to an ENT. I need to see a dentist. I want to get everything done because who knows what's going to happen next year. Ugh, that sucks so much. Hey, Max Caulfield, by the way. Yeah, I remember back when I was on the shitty healthcare, I wanted to make an ear, nose, and throat doctor appointment, and they were booking me like a couple months out, which is just horrendous. Like, less important for an ENT. But I don't know, that just like, the idea of like, oh, I've got an issue I need dealt with right now. They're like, we'll see you in 3 months. I'm like, that is unacceptable, actually. Oh, is there no game sound? What the fuck? I literally turned that up. Why did it go back down? I'm so confused. I'm not even making that up, and I don't mean like last night. I mean like at the start of this stream, I slid that slider all the way to the right. What the fuck made it go? Wait a minute, was there sound when we joined? Hold on a sec. I gotta see if this works. Yes. Okay, yeah. There was sound at the start. So people who were here really early on, there was sound. So you know what happened? After I undid the changes and took myself off the ceiling, I probably undid the sliding of that sound bar. Because I just undid my way back to the model, being where it usually is. Whoops. Which means you probably heard a little bit of the music early on if you joined early enough, but then from like the moment I landed, there's been nothing. That's stupid, I'm sorry. Just gotta do the voice work myself. What's up, Guardian? I'm handsome as hell, and a little stupid. Wanna go do favors for me? Yeah, you do. Pristine. Oh, yeah. Let me hear it for a sec. Okay, so it's like... Sort of. My favorite rocket launcher sounds, and I feel like Bungie was one of the games that originated this, is the rocket launcher. I mean, maybe Real Life originated this, but one of the first games I heard do this was Bungie in Marathon, was having the rocket launcher kind of fire like a tornado, where you'd fire it and it goes like, as the missile fires out. I fucking love rocket launchers that use that sound effect. Because some of them are like, they just kind of, you'll hear like a that kind of effect. I love the ones that are like it's like a fucking high-pitched like air sound. Sounds so good. Not enough games do it because they want it to sound more bassy, I guess. I don't know. Let me catch up real quick. Thunderlord, Wings of Sacred Dawn, Starfire Protocol, someone's a warlock, a fusion rifle that I forget its name, would that be Arbalest, the one that's like a crossbow almost? And the arm piece that lets you have 2 melee charges and others. Thunderlord is a great exotic. The fusion rifles are all great. Vex Mythoclast is phenomenal. I don't use Bastion a whole lot. Arbalest is incredible. Personal favorite, Thunderlord. Good choice. There was a time when I couldn't sleep due to tooth pain, so I went to the only dentist available, and it was $1,500 for wisdom tooth removal. That is disgusting. Also, hey, DeLong. DeLong John Silver, by the way. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Where am I going? For contests in my country, you can have free but actually not so good medical health care. I go to my psychiatrist privately since almost 5 years. I've heard mixed things, you know, like the right-wing argument is always that if you have free healthcare, you're going to be waiting a million years for it, but I've heard plenty of accounts of that not being the case. But I have also heard accounts of that being the case, where, you know, in some cases, like especially me, like I didn't have free, but I had cheap as hell healthcare in Texas, and getting an appointment took forever. I had one doctor. If I needed prescriptions, at the very least, that could happen quickly, but any other office visit for anything was usually a huge ass wait time. Might have just been my experience. I like Destiny. I've been playing Destiny for years. And I adore it. I recommend it. I heard it was raid day. Yes, it is raid day. I don't have a raid, sadly. And I have writing to do this evening, which sucks. Although from what I've heard, if I were on the right team, like I've heard that the raid is weirdly easy compared to previous years. So it's hard to say, you know, if I had put together a team and I had a good team ready to go, maybe we would have gotten lucky. But my last 2 experiences running day 1 raids were absolute fucking nightmares. So.
This has been a real give and take race, folks. Every party is in it to win it.
Did you, so Nilki, you already have the banner, so does that mean you've now done the raid twice? You did it once with regular clear and once with challenge, or was it only 1 clear this time around? Oh, okay, only for reprised ones. Yeah, I feel like, I'm trying to remember, I feel like one of the problems, it's always a DPS check, but I feel like one of the problems in DSC was just coordination. Like, once we lost our first couple of people and we had to start filling, it felt like we would lose like an hour and a half every single time just to teaching newcomers how to do things and like getting everyone up to speed so that we were fucking coordinating again. Just once, if I ever do a day 1 raid again, just once I'd like to have a raid that fucking sticks together from the start to the end and doesn't either have like weird drama and people like clan quitting in the middle or doesn't have people dropping like 2 days before the raid. I guess on some level you could say that I have not in fact ever gotten to give day 1 raids a fair shot yet because I still haven't had like a proper group ever. I would stream the hell out of it. If they let me, I would stream the hell out of it if I had a day 1 raid. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Where's the big boy? There's the big boy. You know what? Have this. Hold, please. Are there more heads? Are there no more heads? There are no more heads. I will add clear. I love that bouncing grenades explode on impact with Vex body parts. Don't die. I placed ahead of a team that's won each of the last 3 races. That is really fucking cool. Congratulations there. I might have to take up a pencil and draw a catalyst with an octopus. I say you should draw anything that makes your heart happy. And if you do, tag me with it. I would love to see it. I gotta hit the button. I will see you in a few minutes if you're not one of my subbies. I think I just hit 2 completely non-existent people because they were already dead. All right, got a tank. What do we got here? We are immune. Why are we immune? Give me an ad. I just gave you an ad. Uh-oh. That must mean you are one of my subbies. Are you ad immune? Hey, Deacon, what's happening? Ah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the love. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. Combatants defeated. I'm like playing this game in my periphery right now while just looking at chat. Maya Han! Maya Ann, what's happening? Yo, let's give some love to Maya, an awesome trans VA working in the space. Wait! I hit the wrong button! How do I undo that? How do I untime out? I made a mistake! That was the wrong command! Welcome back, Maya Ann. I fucked up. I meant to shout you out. Yo, let's give some love to Maya Ann, who I am not gonna time out in the chat. And instead, I'm gonna say hello and I love you. Oh, fuck these stupid claws I have for hands. Pandora, welcome. Yeah, right. Yeah, let's show some love to other awesome trans VAs. Ban. No. It's good to see you. Just a whole lot of love applied with a pillow to the face. Oh. Nilky has joined my... Why is my fire team open? Nilky has joined my fire team. Welcome, Nilky. Is that a request to hang out? We can hang. I will hop in a channel very quick. Oops. Hold, please. The fact that you can string up a fucking boss with Strand is insane. My all-time favorite exotic is the Risk Runner. Yo, I know a lot of people that adore Risk Runner, so I think you're in very, very, very good company. Nope, that is not a big enough jump. That is a big enough jump. Where is the Nilky? I'm gonna go into a streaming channel. If you wanna come by and say hello. Ah! We phased? We're phased. Okay. Whoops. Starfish, Vex. These things? Wait, are you talking about the wyverns here or something else? What is a starfish Vex robot? The wyverns are very, very scary. I do not like them. I wish that I could have, I want footage of like everyone ever. Like the first time you encounter a wyvern and it dawns on you that they can do like a flying dragon kick at you. I guess you'd call it a flying wyvern kick. So no matter how much I try, I've only gotten 2 additional chests. So I'm dying to find out if Nilky can pull off 3 additional. If you zone out and zone back in, you can technically get the chest again. Yeah, hydras are manageable. Wyverns are fucking scary. This is probably the last one I'll be able to get. And then we'll see how close we are. It is a mob in the game. How close are we? Oh my goodness, one more. One more event and I'll have it. That's kind of exciting. Did you get, Nilky, did you get, how many boxes did you get? Did you get 3 total or 4 total? Do you really get 4? I think the last time I tried to get 4, they zoned out, like, right as I was getting to them. All right, last one. What are Vex? Vex are robots. They're full of white evil juice. But they are robotic. They play a lot with time and simulations. They've created like a simulation system that lets them essentially construct worlds and make anything they want, which makes them really, really scary. I guess in some ways they don't assimilate, but in some ways they're kind of like the either the Borg or the Zerg of this world, because they're like the one that's treated sort of like an infestation. It's just like a robotic infestation. The Cabal is like a warring faction. Yeah, both Zerg or the Borg or the Zerg, honestly. Like Star Trek / StarCraft. The Cabal is treated as like a warring army. The Fallen are treated as like scavengers and like hunters. The Vex is treated as like an insane infestation. They're like a force of nature. If a portal opens up, your world is fucking doomed. They're gonna start terraforming it and taking it apart and like turning it into like, you know, a whole new, I don't know, awful experience for everybody. Melly, expect Kelvin's cloak? Oh, wow. Yo, that's some butterfly action. Look at your hat and cloak. My good friend. That is a very, very rainbow cloak. Just compare them to Halo enemies. Vex was the last Halo games. Wait, the game itself is the infestation? Like,
The Vex are getting in the mix.
like, oh god, the Halo games have
We're the only threats to the Cloud
the
Army.
Halo games keep coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming, or what?
Body voices and who knows what else.
I guess sort of Flood-like, but yeah, it's just like a lot of sci-fi genres will have that sort of like force of nature faction, and in Destiny, that's the Vex. Hey, Jorlin, what's happening? Uh-oh. Milky has left me. Milky stuck around long enough to do who knows what and then took off. I see how it is. What am I doing? Nodes. Am I alone? I feel like I'm alone here. Uh-oh. Ah! There are too many things firing at me. I do not like this game. I mean, I like Destiny, just this particular activity is kind of obnoxious when you're alone. Oh, there's one. Give me your head. Mew Mew, welcome, welcome.
Reef are back and better protected.
Where?
Guardian.
Where? Minute 23, that is not a lot of time. I never get this one done in time. Oh, now you go immune, you piece of shit. Next. Are we back? No, we're not. What are we missing? 38 seconds. We getting that one? We getting that one? Ah! All right. Yo, let's go. I almost never get that guy done in time. That's really cool. Mark Lucio, welcome, welcome. Yeah, Melly Grant hates Destiny 2 as evidenced by how often she plays the game. Oh, okay. Architecture is not playing well with me. What are we doing? Combatants defeated? Are we back? Nope, don't want to see this. Don't want to see this. Don't show me the end of the raid if I haven't done the raid yet. Are you still down there? Thank you. How the fuck do I answer that? There we go. I'm getting a few too many messages right now. Yeah, it looks like, okay, we are good. It looks like my internet went out for a couple of seconds, which is great. Sorry about that. Did I come back just in time for the beautiful end? A little lower quality, is it? Hopefully that'll fix itself in a second. My bitrate is normal. Is my, I'm not lagging out, am I? Bop, 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 bop. I don't think so. It's hard to tell. Oh, weird. Yep. I am living the dream with California fucking internet. I had a 500 plan that I could have upgraded to a 1,000 plan in Texas. We have 500 down now. We only have 50 up. I had 500 up on Fios, and like nowhere we looked at out here has access to Fios. Which is great, because it means that, you know, if I need to record a self-tape audition and upload like a 1.5 gig file to a Dropbox, it just like murders our internet for the next 10 minutes. Oh man, if you have not experienced the delight that is not Verizon Fios internet, basically any Fios but Verizon, because Verizon is fucking overpriced. Having the same up as down, unbelievably good. Where am I going? It's funny how you look at, we were looking at like Verizon Fios is like you want like a 500 plan, and they're like, all right, it'll be like $150 a month or something like that, or more. And we were using Frontier out in Dallas, and we were paying like $60 a month for the same plan that Verizon would get us for like 3 times that. I don't know. I'd have to look it up again. Look up like a 500 plan from Verizon Fios. I guarantee it's not going to be like $60 a month. 60, 70. It was something like 60 or 70 that I was paying with Frontier, and it was ridiculously reliable. Yep. I think, what do they do technically? It's like capital F, lowercase I, capital O, S. Not that Google cares about that, but. Yeah, I do not get why they can't do better up plans. Like, I guess it's gotta have to do with the existing infrastructure and them just like figuring like we don't need to upgrade anything because people are paying us one way or the other. Imagine if companies upgraded their shit despite getting business already. What a world. What a world that would be. Yeah, streaming benefits from up. Fucking sharing files benefits from up. I feel like everything benefits from up, though, because I've seen, like, I used to have, like, so you technically are using your up when you do this, but, like, I used to have a housemate that torrented all the time. And anytime that software was running, like, it literally just destroyed the internet. And I don't do that stuff personally, but I had someone that was like obsessed with collecting like every television show ever created. And I was playing World of Warcraft at the time, and I would have like multi-second lag on absolutely everything. But even now, like, it's not as bad as it used to be, but even now I notice sometimes, like, if I have to upload, like, a gig file up to my drive, my system is not, or at least my network is not happy. Hold, please. Milky is somehow way the fuck ahead of me right now. I am clearly not practiced enough with this. How the fuck are you already going the other way? Why are you so much better on a sparrow than I am? Milky's like, I can get 4 chests reliably every single time. Because I'm Milky. Okay, I just fucked that up, seriously. This is going to be the one that's not worth it, because there is no fucking way I'm gonna get back in time. I think I went too far, didn't I? Oh well. I think I got what I needed, though. Let's see. Yes! Yo, let's go. Alright. Bam! I am now a digital frontier. I am the computer.
Jackhammer up and running again. See if we can break it for good this time.
Welcome It's the grid. I pay $80 for 2030. That is 30 up is better than 15 or whatever. But ugh. Let me catch up real quick. I think it's just that West Coast internet is bad. I don't know what it's like in New York anymore. A lot of those Brooklyn apartments, though, just don't have it. Like, I lived in 3 different Brooklyn apartments that couldn't get access to anything fiber or Fios because they just didn't have it built in. And it always becomes a silly conversation because you'd be like, well, you know, what would we have to do to get it put in? And they're like, ha, 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 ha. Oh, you poor thing. You don't have any say over that, child. I don't know. I never really had rats. Lots of roaches, though. There were a handful of negative reviews for when I had Frontier in Dallas, but like, it was absolutely silly how much better they were than anything else out there. And Spectrum was out there and just couldn't keep up. Anytime I would walk through Walmart, there would be like a Spectrum person being like, have you considered switching to Spectrum? And I'm like, I already have Fios, but thank you. And they're like, well, have you considered Spectrum plans? You know, the speeds are faster and more reliable than ever. And I'm like, okay. I have 500. What are you offering? And they'd be like, well, we have a 320 plan, 300 down. And I'm like, and 20 up? Do you have a plan that offers like 150 up? And they're like, no, ma'am. I'm like, can you go higher than 300? Do you have like a I don't know, an enterprise plan or a premium plan that's like 500? Or do you have like a gig plan? And they're like, no, 300 is the highest one. And I'm like, so why are you here? And the price would be the same. But you know what it is half the time they're counting on you bundling it with other stuff. So they're like, well, but you can get a TV plan. I'm like, I don't need TV. Well, what about telephone? I don't need telephone. I just want internet, and I need internet that's reliable and powerful. I lived in New York for university, and we had like 11-incher. An 11-incher as a buddy? Damn. I ran into rats sometimes outside in New York. Not in any of the places I lived, though. Where'd you go to school in New York? Did you go to, what's in New York? You got NYU, you've got SVA, you've got Hunter. Wait, is Hunter in the city or is it outside the city? Hunter's in the city? Yeah, let's see. What do we have available right now? Spectrum Internet. Let's see what their best fucking package is right now. Fucking Spectrum. Let's put in my home. Find best offers. Oh, Juilliard. Yo, shit. Not to be that person. I went to Tisch, so I feel ya. I am a new customer at this address. Let's see. Internet plans. We get... So for $90, I can get a gigabit, like 1 gigabyte per second internet. What is the down? Is it even a modicum of the most respectable fraction of that? They don't have the down listed for any of these, which makes me feel like the up listed for any of these. So I feel like all the ups are going to be exactly the same. See plan details. Plan details literally just says speeds up to 1 gigabyte per second, free modem, that is not as appealing as you think it is, free antivirus software, that is even less appealing, no data capture contract. Okay, fine. What is the up? What is the up? What says the up? Why does it not say up? Show me up. I want ups. Down bad. I'm down bad for some ups, all right? I want to know the up on these plans, and none of these links are saying anything about the up. It's literally nowhere. Wrong type of uppies. Spectrum Internet, 1,000 megabytes per second download speed, and up to, you ready? 35 megabytes per second upload speed. And I love that it says up to. Up to. Not even guaranteed. And like, you know, your speeds are never guaranteed anyway. But when it's that low, I love the fact that it still says up to. Like, wow. 35. Holy shit. Fiber does, or Fios, or whatever the fuck it is. They do because they're fucking proud of it. Even fucking Verizon Fios, which is insanely overpriced, everything you get is matched. Like, so you get, if you get a plan, it'll be like 300, 300, 500, 500, 1 gig, 1 gig. You get around 11. Oh, wow. It's a chat bot that wants to talk to me. Actually, you know what? I will always correct myself. This is obviously just a specific offer, but Verizon Fios prices, not as bad as they used to be. They are actually not too bad right now. This is about 70 for a gig. I don't think that will apply to my home because last time I checked, we don't have the wiring in our place because of course we fucking don't. But you know what? Current prices, not as bad as they used to be. I remember they used to be fucking terrible because I remember looking at Frontier and looking at Verizon and being like, how can you justify this, Verizon? But they're a little more competitive now. That's interesting. I gotta think about that for when I'm looking at my next place. 11 up is despicable. All right. What do we have next? Infiltrate the Pyramid Outpost in Defiant Battleground Cosmodrome. Offerings of the Oracle. Why do I still have this? The Oracle Engine. Is this Dreaming City stuff? Where is that? Yeah, that's Dreaming City, I think. Bond with Stranosaurus, who cares? I can't be bothered. Defeat Vex with Vexcalibur to assimilate their network protocols and acquire authorization override mod. That I can do. I am more than happy to slaughter some Vex. Yes, I'm looking for Tyrannosauruses. I don't really have a lot of desire to run strands. I don't know if I've capped out. I haven't been getting the currency. Oh my god, I've crapped out. Okay, well then I better buy. I may as well buy some stuff then. If I'm capped, then I don't want to be wasting activities. Let's do that first. I've probably been capped way longer than I should have been. What did they do to change the super? How much are these? 50 each. Requires the purchase of aspects and fragments used during the Lightfall campaign. Okay. Can I have that now? Requires the purchase of aspects and fragments. Okay, which fucking fragments? Oh, the ones that are, okay, so I'll grab that, whatever. Bam! Let's go. What's your joke, big bro Nintendo? Do I even care about which ones I unlock in what order? What kind of overalls does Mario wear? What kind of overalls does Mario wear? Denim, denim, denim. Yo, I like that. Denim, denim, denim. Denim, denim, denim. Denim, denim, denim. Denim, 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 denim. Hey, Colorfinger, what's happening? I'm just swinging by quickly to say, win all the destinies. Well, thank you, Colorfinger. Which ones do I care about? Dealing damage, applied increase. Let's do the stat stick ones first. 10 recovery, let's go. Where's the resilience one? 10 resilience, let's go. Precision hits, sure. So I've heard a secret. And I don't know if they've fixed it yet. Nilky would probably know if they've fixed it yet. But I've heard a secret. And the secret goes a little bit like this. Don't finish the class unless you really want the exotic. Because I think once you finish the class, you stop getting strand meditation drops, which would then mean you have to go farm on the other class. But if you leave at least one, you can continue to stack up on the class you actually like playing, if you're a single main character like me, and then just swap over to unlock on the other classes. It's nightmare time? Are we doing nightmare hunts? Well, that didn't work. That overshield did not help. Let's try again. Oh, Root of Nightmares. Is that the name of the raid? Root of Nightmares. Yes, it is. I mean, I'm fucking ready. Let's go. All right, tomorrow. Interesting. So it doesn't re-up the shield if the shield breaks. You have to be ready to re-up it. I was watching Katie Cat in the raid earlier today. I didn't watch that long because I don't want to spoil it that much for myself. If I'm not going to be doing a day one, then I want to do a blind raid instead. So that's probably the plan. If someone doesn't take me through either today or tomorrow, then I'll probably end up just doing a blind run. And I saw she was using Vexcalibur on one of the fights. I don't know if that's a good decision or a bad decision, but she was doing it. And I mean, it's a good fucking weapon. The idea of using a melee weapon in contest mode scares the hell out of me, though. That just sounds like a bad time for everybody. I would love to use a glaive in GMs, but that similarly scares the hell out of me. I don't know if Vexcalibur would be the play either. Honestly, the only glaive I could see myself using in a GM would probably be my my Libre's Ruin. Because my Libre's Ruin has like unlimited shielding. And kind of acts like a Reinhardt shield. Edgy Sophia, you've got some news. What's up? Melly, have you ever had Lego? I used to play with Legos as a kid. I am in a Lego show right now. I play the Golden Pang in Lego Monkey Kid. Airing in South Korea, and who knows when it's gonna get a US release. You told a teacher your pronouns and name you'd like to be called. Okay. That sounds like a good start. How'd it go? Was it okay? Melly saying I'm anal right now hits a certain type of way. When did I say that? Aside from just now reading your line. When the hell did I say that, Deacon? I said I'm in a Lego show. I'm in a Lego show right now. I play the Golden Pang in Lego Monkey Kid. That is not the same sentence. All right, these are Cabal. These are not Vex. I mean, I guess I gave it to you inadvertently by reading the line, so there you go. Sounds like Melly. Fine, fine. You are very strong and you are going to kill me. She asked first if those are the pronouns I like to be called because it was a badge on my bag, and you said yes, please. Okay. All right. And she went for it? She's good with that? That's awesome. Hell yeah. Congratulations. Nice. Man, I never had to do that in school because I transitioned super heckin' late. But, so I did not have to deal with that. I don't know what would have happened if I had. I went to a pretty conservative school. Although, I've heard in recent years they've actually started to do a whole lot of, like, sensitivity training stuff and they've tried to be much better allies, so I hear they're doing their best over there. Honestly, I think the school itself ended up being a lot more progressive than the families, like just because it was North Shore, Long Island, so a lot of the families were really fucking conservative. I had an English teacher once that was just a fairly young English teacher, like early 20s or something at the time. Maybe mid-20s, and was just bullied horrendously by the fucking parents because they thought he was too young to be teaching my children. That's really fucking cool, though. I'm really glad to hear that. Congratulations, Edgy Sophia 666. I'm slowly working on myself and using the gym a lot. Well, that's more than I'm doing. I'm incredibly out of shape, so I stand in awe of your commitment. Someday, I hope to have some muscle. I'm a soft girl. I don't want to have lots of muscle, but I want to have a little. I want to get my stamina back so I don't get winded, running to the end of the block. Yeah, my math teacher in one semester of high school was 21. I didn't realize at the time how young that was. Yeah, I don't actually know. You know what's funny is that he ended up becoming the head of the English department. And I remember running into him later, like in a Starbucks once, back when I was out on Long Island. And I was like, yo, looking back, like, I remember they used to be so fucking mean to you. And he's like, yeah, they did. He's like, and you know what's funny? He's like, I'm head of the English department now, so fuck all of them. And I never thought I'd hear my English teacher from junior high school be like, fuck all of them. But that's how you do it. You come in, no one believes in you, you fucking prove them wrong, and you take over that bitch. Part of the reason why I asked ballpark of when I transitioned was curious you were treated in social situations. I mean, you hear me on stream, Fluffy. I've got decently masculine energy, so I kind of passed really well as just like a random straight guy back in the bad times. I would say, like, as I started to get more depressed, weirdly, as I started to get more depressed, it became more common that people wondered if it was because gay. That was, like, the go-to, is, like, sad kid, maybe they're queer. But I blindsided my mom when I came out to her because I was apparently, aside from being, like, socially inept as all hell, I was, I played video games and blew things up, and when I was a kid, I would run around the backyard setting things on fire and making rubber band guns, and I was obsessed with Nerf, and I never wanted to dress up as a princess for Halloween or collect dolls. I wasn't into any of that shit, so I was essentially, like, perfectly stealthed as a kid, other than being depressed as hell. And even then, when I was really young, I had really high self-esteem. It was kind of like, as you grow up and get into puberty, I feel like this is a lot of people's stories, though. Like, as you grow up and you get more into puberty and things become more and more gendered, I feel like that's when a lot of the dysphoria and depression starts to set in, because you realize you're being sorted in the wrong direction. In a funny, non-jokey way, kind of like Family Guy. I'm not gay, but I'm a woman trapped in a man's body. Yeah, I think I had the opposite experience of, like, oh, I guess I am gay. Interesting. I'm straight adjacent and look like God of War's version of Thor. Ooh, that's thick Thor, right? And just because I had long hair and loved theater. Yeah, kids are fucking dumb, aren't they? Kids are dumb as hell. I've told this story, but I remember, because I used to be, I started to, like, as I started to find myself, I started to be more expressive, and I don't anymore. I don't know why, but I made a lot of probably because of this, actually. It's probably trauma. I made a lot of physical contact, and I was very expressive, and I tried to build close relationships with people, and I remember someone taking me aside one day at work because they perceived me pre-transition, can't blame them, a certain way. And they took me aside and told me that I was making, like, the other girls at work uncomfortable with, like, the way I would, like, try to be way too close with them because it was where I was comfortable. I remember just going into the bathroom that night. I was on overnight and just sobbing, like convulsing, sobbing on the floor in the accessible, like the bigger bathroom stall at the back of the bathroom. I was like on my side on the floor sobbing because I was like, You don't get it, and I don't know how to explain it to you. At the time, it was, like, impossible to explain that. That, you know? How much do I have to do for this? Oh, 53%. Did that not track just now? Oh, it did. Okay. Well, thank you for saying that, Deacon. I try. I do my best. Hey, God, I am bad at this. Brutus1, are you still there? If you are, thank you so much for resubscribing. I really appreciate it. God, I need sound effects I need better sound effects on this shit. I miss it so often when people throw me love. Thank you for the sub, Brutus. I spend all of my free time stressing and having anxiety about all the things that are missing from this stream. There's just not enough time. There's not enough of me to get done like half the shit I'm trying to get done right now. And it's gonna be so bittersweet once this writing contract is over. Because on one hand, once this writing contract's over, if I don't get asked, like if I don't decide to go right into another show, which I'd rather not, but if I don't get asked to go right into another show, I'll finally have time to be spending a lot of time focusing on developing the stream and making the experience better, because I'll have a lot of time during the day to do back-end stuff. The downside is that when I fucking am writing and have no time to work on anything, that's when I'm also like making a decent amount of money that I need to survive. So I'm gonna be like, I've got so much more time now, and I'm gonna be stressing about fucking money all the time. It is a no-win situation right now. I'm really hoping I can work something out with some of these convention managers that I'm emailing, because I would really love to be starting to do appearances. So I can start to incorporate that into my career. I've thought about it. I don't know what's gonna happen. Like if I get to so I'm on episode 9 right now, the show I'm writing. If I get to episode 10 and they throw me another contract and they ask if I want in on another show, I don't know what I'm gonna answer yet. Because I really wanna get to a place where I'm starting to spend time developing and building this. I don't know if that time is yet, though. Yeah, I don't know what episodes aired. I'm writing episode 9 now. I think up to 10 or 11 has aired in Japanese, and I want to say like 7 or 8 has aired in English. I have a question. Do you have... Whoa, a lot of stuff coming in. I saw a chart. That's something like, as a kid, you have all the time and energy, but no money. As an adult, you have no money or time, but energy. And as an elder, you have no energy or time, but money. God, Fluffy, that is so depressing to read. I hate it. I'm feeling this line from Ren right now, where he says, you know, everyone wants to be younger, and he goes, the older I get, the more I feel the hunger.
I got some practice making repairs with spare Vex parts. Bring me what you can.
No energy or time, but money. God, that's so depressing. I have a question. Do you have any advice on finding pronouns? Finding pronouns. So I guess I have a question for you first. And there's no wrong answer to this, but do you... I assume the answer is yes, because that's why you're asking this. But do you not like the ones that came with your sex designation? Are you not? Are those not feeling right for you? Is that why you're asking that question? I mean, like, not that anything comes with anything, but like, you know what I mean when I say like societal expectations. Not feeling the ones that came with the assignment. Okay. Well. Do you feel like you're hoping to find an identity, a pronoun that feels right, or do you kind of wish that you didn't have to deal with it at all? Because I have friends that use multiple pronouns. I have a friend that uses he, she, they, and it confuses the hell out of my brain, but it makes them happy. And I fuck it up constantly, but I do my best. I have friends that use they and just stick with they. I have friends that don't use anything and they want you to just call them by their name. There are certainly a lot of things you can try. I'm curious if any of those, like, is there something you wish you could do, but you're not sure it's an option? Like if I were to ask you, like, what do you really wish people would call you? What comes to mind? Because if the answer is like, I wish people just wouldn't, that's also a valid option. I have run into, in the past like couple of months, by the way, I've run into so much confusion lately because, so I have a lot of friends that are non-binary and trans, right? And something I've noticed lately that's been like a really interesting pain point that I wasn't expecting is that, so for binary trans people, you transition. And often, not always, but many people will adopt specific secondary sex characteristics, right? Like the way they style their hair, how they grow their hair. Like, do they have boobs? Do they try to work on a six-pack and guns? Do they try to grow out facial hair? Depending on who they are, that kind of like creates an expectation. But non-binary and agender people can struggle with that because the gut instinct might not be accurate, right? And so I know a lot of people that now will sort of default to they with everybody because it seems like a safer option to just like either call people by their name or just call everybody they until you know what they like because it's like a safe option. Well, I've also got binary trans friends who hate that. And especially a couple of binary trans people who haven't yet, not that they don't want to, that they want but can't, haven't been able to transition yet. I have a trans guy friend who hasn't been able to go on hormones. I know trans women who haven't been able to transition, and they really care about hearing their pronoun. And so they, or hearing their name, pisses them off. So there's been I've had a lot of really interesting conversations in the past year. It just goes to show you that there really isn't like there really isn't like so much of this comes down to getting to know people and like actually creating relationships with people because like there really isn't like a safe default. That being said, and you've all heard me say this before, we also, as trans and non-binary folks, I feel need to also give people the leeway to mess up. Not forever, but, it's okay if people get it wrong as long as they adapt, I think. Not everyone has that level of sensitivity, but you know, if people mess up, you correct them. For me, well, it matters what they do next. Do they adapt or do they resist? That's more important to me than what comes out of their mouth first. A lot of messages are hitting chat right now, so I'm having a little trouble following, but I hope that makes sense.
Hey, there you go. This is some incredible stuff.
Yeah, I have friends that change on the daily, and I struggle with that a little bit. I have at least one friend who uses he, she, they, but it's not any. They've expressed in the past that they want to hear their friends change it up on a regular basis. And that's been challenging. More than once I've had to be like, yo, I'm happy to say whatever you want. Just tell me what you're feeling that day. I'm not sure I'm capable of keeping a mental log of like my own patterns so I can change it up knowingly. So we've kind of created a middle ground where I'm like, tell me what you want, and then I'm there. When I see you, tell me which one, and I'll use it. I struggle with neopronouns. Not to sound like Jordan Peterson, because that's the last thing I want to do. Some neopronouns can be challenging because they break my brain from an English perspective. Like they trip up my tongue and my ability to make sentences because you're kind of incorporating a new word that you're not familiar with. So that is still a challenge for me too. I have a lot of respect for people that use them. I have to beg leniency just because it does kind of short circuit your brain a little bit.
What an incredible show. Good going, Guardian. I can tell they'll be feeling that one.
I think it's the kind of thing that like you can adapt to, but it's definitely something that requires a little bit of. So neopronouns are stuff that doesn't use like he, she, they, or in some cases like it. It's stuff like where people use like z, they, or words that are new words that don't start with an H or an SH. And the challenge is that like if you're like me, you think a mile a minute, and so usually I'm thinking faster than I can speak, so I have trouble making sentences to begin with. So trying to incorporate like completely new terminology is not impossible. It's a slow learning process for me, and I tend to like prostrate myself and like beg forgiveness, and I do my best. I also know some people that use it. I struggle with that a lot. To me, that's like my, where I come from, that can be very dehumanizing, but to some people it's meaningful. So that can also be a challenge. We're all out here trying to just make each other feel good and do the best we can. I've said this before. I used to struggle with pronouns a lot, because as someone who's binary, the whole point of my transition would be that people would never ask me again, and so initially I was very resistant when I would be in queer groups and people would be like, "We're gonna go around and say our pronouns," and I would be like, "Fucking guess, just guess. You're probably right. I don't want to have to say this," because it sent me to a place where I felt like. We were doing something that, it sent me to a place where it reminded me of walking into places early on and being misgendered or being mistaken. And so that felt really hurtful to me. And for a while I was really resentful because I felt like, we were making concessions for people while at the same time, like not giving a fuck about how I felt about it. And like somehow my pain was okay to protect their pain. And eventually, the middle ground I found was I spent enough time thinking about it, and I was like, all right, you know what? I can deal with it. If I have to, I can deal with it. And then the second thought I had was, okay, but my friend over here is telling me they can't deal with it. And I love them as a friend. I trust them. I would never assume they would lie to me or take advantage of me. And so the fact that I say that I can deal with it and they say they can't means that if we put that down on paper and we do a little mathematical equation, it means it's easier for me to come to the middle. So I will deal with it because it affects me less than they say it affects them. And that was kind of the compromise I came to eventually. It was like, I felt like, all right, just the fact that I can handle it probably means that it's going to be easier for me to do something that helps them feel more safe and embraced and included. And for me, if it's more of like an ideological or a thought experiment or like a matter of principle, like that a matter of principle ultimately is less valuable than like helping someone like actually curtail pain. I don't know if that makes any sense. I hope that makes sense. I will occasionally get snarky all the same, though. Y'all have heard my rant about she. My snarkiness extends to, like, people be like, I'm like, wait a minute. So I say she, her. But if someone has multiple pronouns, they'd be like he, she, they. They don't say he, him, she, her, they, them. They just say he, she, they. So fuck she, her. I'm just going with she. What are your pronouns? I have one. It's she. Got him. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Erika Ishii is gender fluid. I've told some of you have heard me say this. Erika Ishii is gender fluid and has like the wave symbol to be gender fluid on their Twitter profile. And when I first read that, I thought what she was actually saying was gender ocean because there's a wave there. And so when I was hanging out with her, we got together, we ordered a bunch of dumplings, and I was like, yo, by the way, I love the fact that your Twitter profile says you're a gender ocean. And they were like, that is not at all what that meant, but I love that. So we apparently accidentally coined gender ocean. Uh-oh. Why is my computer acting like it's frozen? What the fuck? There we go. Welcome back, Miss Fortune, by the way. We got way the fuck away from your question originally. I'm so sorry. I went on a massive... Also, hello, Arctic Ninja. I went on a massive fucking tangent. I'm so sorry, Imperial Monarch. I completely escaped everything we were talking about, and I'm sorry if I just went to space on that point. So you said you're thinking she, her. Let me go back up and find your message again. I can't believe I just took us to Mars when I was in the middle of answering a fucking question. I kind of want she, her. Okay. So Monarch, it kind of sounds like you've answered your question. So I wonder if is the challenge that you're not sure if people will accept that. And that is certainly a challenge that you could end up facing. That's always a fear. I completely respect it if it is. But in terms of how do you discover your pronouns, it kind of sounds like you know them. It's just a matter of, I guess, getting to a place where you feel like you're safe enough to talk to people about that. Something I always say. is that it's important to make sure that you're safe. And for some people, that means waiting until you're financially safe. And that can be challenging, especially if you feel that you're bursting at the seams and you're up to your brim with a need to express this part of yourself, and you just want to fucking pull the ripcord. That's challenging, but it is still important to make sure you're in a place where you know you can support yourself if you don't get the support that you're hoping for. Knowing that you have a backup plan, or that you're financially stable, that you have your own place, that you're not at risk of being put into a dire situation if you're not accepted for who you are. Hopefully you will be, but it's still good to be prepared. I hate that I even have to caution you against that, or caution you about that. But it would be irresponsible of me not to. Vex Shield allows passage through the blocking access gates. War table. Okay. Yeah. World is dumb. World is dumb. And you got a nice community here, so I'll tell you what, in terms of starting out, if you want to hop into my Discord and at the very least slap the she/her tag on your account, so that if people, hop into voice chats with you and start hanging out with you, they can see that you're feeling she/her. They'll see that, and then you'll get to start hearing that sometimes, and that might feel pretty good. It's whatever you want, though. You got to do what's right for you. As before, the view screen on the war table flickers as it displays a corrupted message. Incoming forced verification. Nothing. Avalon. The message vanishes. Let's do another one of these. Nope, let's do another one of these. Nope, let's do another one of these. Oh well. So much for getting red borders. What'd you get? Crap! Oh. Subsistence chill clip. Is Subsistence chill clip good? Where the fuck is... I need to share something. I'm going to write him back today. I have a commission. I commissioned a new piece of art of my character Demaria Yesta from Fairy Tail. And it's been, and you know what? I'm going to be honest, in case he's listening. It's been a bit of a painful process. He's been very, very bad about updates. And has been very slow to get things to me. And it's been very frustrating. But we have finally started to get to a place where where we may be done. But I would go for weeks. Like, full disclosure, I would go for weeks not getting anything back. And I would write every week and be like, any updates, any updates, any updates, any updates. And then eventually I would get a little tough. And I would be like, listen, it's been weeks, my friend. And then finally I would get something back. Like, I'd get a little bit of an update being like, oh, I'm working on it. I'll get you a sample this week. And then I wouldn't get a sample that week. and it would go right back to the same process. So I find it very funny. Great work. I'm going to show it to you in a second. I'm very proud of it. I find it a little funny that he finally sent me a sample of where it's at, and I think it's done, honestly. But then I didn't write back immediately, so the next day I got a follow-up email, and then the next day I got a follow-up email, and I'm like, oh, baby, how does it feel? I'm not even doing this on purpose, but clearly when it's the other way around, you're losing your mind waiting for feedback. I have waited weeks for every individual email, actual weeks, like 20, 25 days at a time, because it's been 8 months. And I'm like, the fact that I didn't get around to writing you back yesterday and today I got another follow-up and then now I just got another follow-up. I'm like, this is funny to me. That being said, I'm very happy with how it came out. It's a piece by Genzo. You know, and it is what it is. Some of you have seen the original before. So I have 2 new pieces of Demaria Yesta, who's my fairy tale character, coming, and they both go so fucking hard. You may have seen this one already, but this is Demaria in her second outfit from the second half of the final season of Fairy Tail. And it looks like this. So that's one, and that is from the moment where she dispatches Brandish. Briefly, spoilers. But the new one, oh my God, looks so fucking good. I wanted to do both outfits because Demaria is a super important character to me. I love her to death. And so I wanted to do her other outfit justice. Are you ready for this? And this is Demaria in her first outfit, fucking sacking Magnolia. She never did that in the show, but it goes so hard. Magnolia on fire behind her, fucking guards on the ground clawing for their lives, and her sitting there with the fucking like Ichigo pose. I'm so fucking thrilled with this. The process has been so intense and it's been so long, but I'm so thrilled with how they came out. Yeah, it goes really hard on the blade too. Check this out. Like really, 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 really nails. This is kind of a small image, but really, really nails the blade. You can see the notches on the back. I really like the way it came out. So those are going to be available at my next signing, which I still don't have a fucking date for. And I think it's probably going to be like the first weekend of April at this point, honestly. I wanted to do it at the end of March. It's probably going to be like the first weekend of April. The best bisexual one who's willing to do arson. Yeah, no, Mari was crazy about Brandish. Don't get it twisted. Mari loves herself some Brandish. All right. So that's coming. It's been an agonizing process to get it done, but it's here, and I'm very happy with it. And I'm going to send him a message and say I'm happy with it. But it's changed my perspective on a few things, honestly, because... And it sucks, because we all need things at different times. I know a lot of artists that have you pay when they're done. I know a lot of artists that have you pay before they start. I'm kind of at the point where I feel like I like doing half and half. I'd prefer to pay half up front as a show of commitment, and I like to do half on the end because I feel like that keeps both of us honest, you know? I'm in it. I'm not going to ghost them because I've already put money down, so I want the finished product, and ideally they're not going to ghost me because they want the rest of the money. I feel like it keeps us both committed to it. I've had some amazing artists I've worked with, and I've also had experiences where it's, you know, it's like no wonder the motivation goes away because the money's already in their bank account. So now the only thing keeping them going is their work ethic. And some are better than others. Same thing goes for actors, by the way. Some are better than others when it comes to like doing indie work where you're recording from home. Some people are a whole lot better about getting their shit done on time than others. What are the photos for? Those are prints that I've had made. I do signings where you can purchase a print from me and I will sign it live on camera. And God willing, if I'm ever invited out to a convention, you may be able to get one in person. So yeah, I have a number of ones of Catalyst as well. I will get them all up on the website eventually, but the idea is if you'd like a signed print of one of the characters that I've played with a quote from the show, or no quote, or just a signature, you can purchase one from me and I get it signed and we get it out to you. And then you've got it. That lady is from Fairy Tail. That's Demaria Yesta. But I have a bunch of Catalyst as well. I have some of Catella. What prints do I have? I have a whole lot of prints available that are all on my Streamily store. But my Streamily store is down for the moment because I don't have the signing date schedule yet. Who all do I have? I've got... I will show you. You know what? This is going to be a really, really crappy screenshot, but prints are usually 40 or 45. Yeah, all of these are 40 or 45. Actually, you know what? I'll run through them all really quick, just because why not? So we've got this Demaria, bam. We've got this Demaria, bam. I've got some fun Catalyst ones. So if you go into here, I've got my new Kabaushi one, which I'm really happy with. I've got my my Art Noosh one, which everyone's really familiar with. I don't have a sample of this. Yes, I do. I've got the Art Noosh one. And I've got the Hellion White one coming, which looks like this. Excuse me. I've got my Assault Lily Bouquet one, which was also done by Genzo way back in the day. That looks like this. I've got a really cool one of Buckingham now that I'm really proud of. That looks like this. That has a little cameo of Richard's hand in the foreground playing chess with Buckingham. That one was done by LaFlay, who's really talented. What the fuck else do I have? Oh, this is kind of obscure. It's a bit of a smaller character, but I really liked him. Yukimitsu Mochizuki from Skate Leading Stars that was made by Soundless Wind. It's a bit more obscure. Oh, and here's a big one that some of you have seen. I play Catella in Dragon Ball Super, so I have one of Catella, and I fucking love how this came out. God of Universe, fire around him, looking like a baller, holding the fucking Tournament of Power in his hand. I really love how that one came out. And then I actually, and some of you have been watching me play Tome, I have one from Tome. And I have the most beautiful, beautiful commission. It's like my favorite fucking piece of art of Gamesoft from Tome made by Sayame. And it's just beautiful. And if you look really closely, you can see a little curb in the background spying on her. This is probably the most beautiful piece of art I think I've ever had made. Sitting there on a rock, enjoying a moment in the sun. With Curb totally ready to fucking pounce on her from behind. Look at him grinning off in the corner. Yeah, I got some good prints. I'm very happy with them. By some really cool artists. And I've got some ones in the works too. I'm working with Ringekko on something. I'm working with JM Bad on something. And that's all before we even get to my official model, which is a long time in... It's going to be a long time in the works before you get any samples of that. But it's still in progress. Infiltrate the pyramid. What are we up to? Retrieve a Vex compass from the lost sector in Leeming Harbor. Nope, that is not the right weapon. Where? Wait a sec. What are we doing? Where is the rest of this quest? Are we done with the quest? What the hell did slotting that even do? I swear I swear I accepted a mission. Did I hit escape? It said go to the war table. What the fuck did I do? I'm so confused. Allows passage through blocking access gates. Oh, is that all that does? Okay, so we still need to get the catalyst from somewhere, right? I swear isn't there a catalyst? Passage through blocking access gates, unknown key. Node over to Avalon. So I think that's the mission? Node Avalon. Is that what this is? Is this Avalon? No. Wait. EDZ, right? Node or to Avalon. Okay, so something I need to do in Avalon. Okay. I think we have to do that on Legendary, so that's probably not happening yet. What else do I want to do? I don't know what I want to do anymore. I got the thing done I wanted to do, and now I'm like completely confused. You know what? We can get some calibration data for our stasis bow. That seems like a good idea. I want to get the catalyst for the stasis bow. I'm smart. I can think. Tell you what I'm going to do, though. I'm going to get my bow in my inventory. I'm going to hit the button real quick, and I'm going to hit the restroom, and then we'll jump into some strikes. I know. I play Apex Legends. I try to get the bow for the catalyst. I play Destiny. I have to go get the catalyst for the bow. Oh, God, wait, hang on. I just realized, apparently, there's a million things in my bags. Oh, God. All right, back in a sec. All right, sorry about that. Hey, whoops, Molten Brown, swanky manatee. Nice, nice, nice. Oof. I'm putting my sweatshirt on because it's a little chilly. So I need my stasis bow. This one. So I need to get as many kills as possible with the Vergless Curve, and I also need to finish the strikes to get data for it. Which basically just means we are running a shitload of strikes. But be forewarned, ye comers to my stream, I have to run a whole lot of strikes this season. Because I can finally focus a rocket launcher I have wanted a good roll on forever. And if you get a really high rank with the Vanguard, you get even better rolls. And I've never had anything like this I've wanted to do before. So unfortunately, it means y'all are going to watch me over the next handful of months, hopefully play lots of Apex and lots of Tome and other single player games, but also, you're going to see me running a whole lot of strikes and PvE content in Destiny to try and grind up this stupid rank. So it's probably for the best that we have to get in there anyway. Are you farming for Nameless Midnight? For me, it's fucking Royal Entry. I want to get a Royal Entry. I've never gotten a good one. Well, then it's good that I'm entertaining. Got him. Thank you. Sadly, I'm only on Hero. I haven't reset yet, which means I've got a long way to go. I forget how many you need. I think... What is the max resets? I want to say it's 3. You've already gotten a reset once already? What are you running, if you don't mind me asking? Are you just spamming strikes, or are you doing anything in particular? I've just been running strikes. Like playlist strikes.
Cabal intel suggests that the Cosmodrome has become a light storage facility for the Lucent Hive.
They're creating light batteries? What for? Let's hope we never find out.
Do you? Okay.
Get down there and target their leadership, Guardian.
I do not have my Archer build on. I probably should. Let me throw my Archer build on. Kinetic loader is not gonna help me because this is a stasis weapon. I need stasis loader. Where is stasis loader? There we go. And I've got heavy ammo finder and kinetic siphon, but it should probably be stasis siphon. Like that. And kinetic weapon surge should probably be stasis weapon surge. All right. I also, just realizing all this stuff that's wrong with my build. Probably need that. Up and fucking kinetic targeting. Shit. I need a different build for the stasis bow, clearly, because usually I'm using Wish Ender. Yeah, Nightfalls can be hit or miss, I feel like. Which one is this week? Is this week Warden of Nothing, or was that last week? No, this week it's this week it's like a battleground, isn't it? Oh my god. am not good at this weapon yet. Hella's Basin. Oh yeah, that doesn't... I feel like I don't think that's worth it. Where... Hella's Basin. I just did that. Why am I not remembering what the boss in that is? Well, this is fun. Oh my god. I'm just gonna shoot icicles. Ooh, I don't break those as easily. Do you only break your own in one shot, I guess? I like this weapon. I am going to die. Now my brain is betraying me. I'm very curious what, oh, hello. I remember those things. I'm very curious to remind myself what the boss of that is. Risen guy from Bones, huh? You first said that, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's not worth it. And then the more I think about it, the more I'm like, do I actually remember that fight as well as I think I do? Hella's Basin. Hella's Basin Nightfall. Let's take a look. On Mars. Oh, yeah. That's the one where you go up into the Warmind facility, and then it's the fucking big guy with the sword, right? Yeah, he sucks. Fuck that guy. You are absolutely right, Succubus. Fuck that guy so hard. Not worth it, not worth it, not worth it. Yeah, I think I did that earlier on just like the basic legend or the basic like easiest difficulty, and I think he was still one-shotting people.
That must be their stockpiles of stolen light.
I guess maybe GMs would be worth it with the right group. And double, like if we had like a double rep day and GMs, that might be pretty worth it. That hit you? That didn't hit you. What up, bros? Welcome to Icebow Central. Home of the Icebow. Can I take your order? I don't know if you saw my message. I posted something in our Discord earlier. Rose. There are some really wild Warlock builds going around with this bow. I'm just trying to get the Catalyst done. Am I not tracking this? Haha! 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 Okay, that was less exciting than the others. I feel like May, just putting down walls, blocking things from moving forward. How do I see where I am on this quest? Targets defeated, 100% calibration data generated, which apparently you need to be holding the bow to get. Am I using what I think I'm using? Yes, I
Let's
am.
locate their leadership and put an end to this heresy.
Savathun had all that time in the tower to plan.
Do you get an heirloom right now for Catalyst? What would you personally want it to be?
I doubt
You know, I get asked this a lot, and my usual response is, do you have one that you're hoping for, Monarch? I have a couple ideas that I think would be really cool. A pen? How come a pen? Yo, sound effects are weird right now. Well, I've got all of the potential, like, ad killing stuff done. So I guess it's just down to completion at this point. A sword made out of ferrofluid. So when she's holding it normally, or like when you get it initially, would it be like the hilt, kind of like a lightsaber? Is that you get the hilt, and then when she draws it, the ferrofluid blade comes out of the handle and goes up and forms an edge? That could be kind of cool. A paintbrush.
Savathun infests the minds of her followers. Drive her out at the point of your spear, Guardian.
Okay. So would this be like a regular size pen that she's kind of using almost like Octane's knife? Or would this be like some sort of big, more stylized thing? Because right now, doesn't Octane have like the smallest heirloom? Or does someone else? I feel like Octane has a pretty small heirloom. Don't tell him I said that, though. Guys don't like when you comment on the size of their heirloom. I'd be down for getting ferrofluid arm blades, a la the new Strand Titan abilities. Yeah, so I've had a couple of different examples that I think would be cool. Some kind of like brass knuckles or hand claws could be a lot of fun. Or if they're like some kind of like brass knuckles that like shoot up into almost like Wolverine style ferrofluid claws, Or maybe Lust-style claws where, like, she's holding something like a pair of gloves or gauntlets or something, and then it encases her arms in ferrofluid, so she gets, like, full 5-finger claws. Could be kind of cool. I also like the idea that since she's kind of like a sorceress or a witch, maybe some kind of scepter or staff could be kind of fun as well. I don't have power weapon ammo. I can't contribute to this fight right now. Maybe some kind of staff that has like an orb of ferrofluid at the top. There's a God, this is old. This is old school at this point. Guild Wars 2 had some amazing legendary weapons, and one of them was a hammer. And it's a hammer with an orb in the center of it that has like liquid metal. It wasn't ferrofluid, but it could be ferrofluid. It's like an orb of liquid metal, and when you equip the hammer, all the liquid metal drains out of the center of the orb and envelops you. So your character ends up coated with liquid metal like you're the Silver Surfer. And when you resheathe the weapon, all of the metal kind of like drains back down and goes back up into the orb in the center of the hammer. I always thought that was really cool. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 used to do a lot of fun stuff like that. Hey, Canon, by the way, welcome. Guild Wars 2 used to do a lot of stuff like that, where you would have, like, it would change the way your character moves, or, like, you'd leave, like, fiery footsteps, or... They kind of tried to do as much as they possibly could to stylize it and make it seem super shiny. Oh, guess who forgot that that's a Guardian? I totally forgot that that's a Guardian. And no one else finished it either. We are an excellent team. Let's try this again. There we go. Hive Guardians.
You'd let me know if I needed to come to your rescue, right?
You'd hear someone's screams, certainly. I'm fine. Truth be told, so are the Cabal. Not in any military
Give me
sense.
commendations.
More disorganized than we realize.
Yes.
They're not so bad once you fight beside them.
Stay strong, friend.
It seems like you don't get streaks anymore, do you? Like certain activities, you used to have like a series of boxes that would collect, and you'd get a streak, and you'd get bonus experience based on putting together, based on building up enough of a streak of that activity, and it looks like they took that away. So I guess the only way you get bonus experience now is if people give you commendations. That's a bummer. Because some people forget and they just leave. You've heard our opinions on your heirloom. What's yours? What? I just went through all of them. Those are mine. The brass knuckles, the Wolverine claws, the lust claws, the staff receptor. All of those I think would be really fun. I think. Oh my god, I need more. I don't have any more. Yeah, I think any of those could be fun. Watching Melly and listening to The Weeknd is the best of both worlds. I see you dancing in a crowded room. I sometimes dance at my desk. I'm really sleepy right now, though. Here's the thing. It's raining outside. So it's raining outside. I don't have my room fully lit right now. The coffee hasn't sunk in yet. I feel like I'm just like... I've gotten so used to working late at night that I feel like I go really late into the afternoon still feeling sleepy as hell. Maybe I've gotten so hooked on the cold brew that the regular stuff doesn't cut it anymore.
Listen up. Savathun's risen hive have been tearing through our Guardian forces. They're taking our light. Once you locate their leader...
If I can be honest, I don't like the fact that so many Battlegrounds
Take out as many
have worked their way into the Vanguard playlist. When they first came out, I was like, you know what? This is really cool. Like, I love that there are so many other activities we can do now, but they've started to incorporate ones that are just a pain in the ass. And I'm not that thrilled. Oh, no worries. I think it'll be easier once I'm doing GMs. I noticed that on the actual strikes, I tend to be focused and I have a lot of fun. On the battlegrounds, I feel like I'm at a greater risk of ending up sort of like semi-AFK. Like in a daze, not really paying attention. I don't know, the battlegrounds are all just like horde mode after horde mode after horde mode. I never thought I'd say it, but horde mode gets old after a while. I feel like my ears perk up. And I get a spring in my step whenever it's a proper strike. This is a very interesting weapon. I dare say that Trinity is probably better for ad clear, but there just seems like there's a whole lot of synergy in this weapon if you play Stasis. It's such a beautiful weapon too. It kind of bums me out that I don't like it more because it is probably, I would argue, it's probably the most beautiful bow they've put in the game. Take me back because I want to stay. Save your tears for another day. Start us vibing and the music overlaps. Hey, tell me about. I feel like you've told me about Coffee Talk before, Broken Ace. Is that? Remind me what that is. Coffee Talk game sounds like an RPG. Is it an RPG?
Honor their sacrifice.
Burn out the hive, Guardian.
I swear you or somebody has told me about that before. I'm still waiting. I'm gonna say it. I'm still waiting on an actual Leviathan's Breath ornament that I actually like. I like Leviathan's Breath functionally, though. It's fucking incredible. I guess if I had to pick, the standard probably is the most interesting to me. The one with the monster skull on it doesn't do much for me. The stone one doesn't do much for me. I think what I've always been hoping for is I was hoping for a Vanguard, like, repurpose. Because, like, even the blue one is really rusted down and, like, the paint is scraped off. Like, I kind of wanted a refreshed one. So I could have a Leviathan's Breath that's, like... I forget which weapon it was. It might have been Duality. I think had, like, a Vanguard reissue skin where it's, like, a super shiny, like, fresh off the factory assembly line, like, Vanguard painted version. I'd love to see something like that hit Leviathan's Breath. Coffee Talk is a game about... Coffee Talk feels like the kind of game you could think of as your own refuge space. Makes you feel comfortable. You're just working a shift and shooting the shit. It's not glamorous. It just feels right. People catch up with one another and enjoy a good hot drink. So is it just roleplay? Like, is the whole thing, or do you are there chaotic playthroughs? I played Coffee Talk and poisoned everyone's coffee. What is shooting me? Hey, Hype, what's going on? Wasn't there a game... Tell me this is by the same people. I swear there was a game that sounds like this, but you were a bartender. Like where it was alcohol instead. Valhalla, but spelled in Leet. Valhalla? You know what's cozy for me? I'll tell you what game. When I think of like, what is a game or an activity that you think of as cozy? Mining in Mass Effect 2. I went to every single planet in the game, and mined up absolutely every resource because the music and the atmosphere was super fucking cozy for me. Probably. philosophy. I thought it was so... The word I've always used for it, cozy, it may not have been the word that I'd used, but like the word I've always used for mining in Mass Effect 2 was therapeutic. Like there was something that was just very like meditative about it. You kind of turn your brain off a little bit. You just soak in the music and the atmosphere. It's like some of the best music in the game is that music that plays when you're mining. Yeah, I believe you that I'm sure some people out there hate that, but those are probably like the, you know, I wonder if those people, I don't know, what am I trying to say? Nah, I won't take shots at it. I wonder how invested in, I wonder if those are people that more common to be invested in the story or more people that are more common to be invested in solely the gameplay. Like, I wonder what their sensibilities are instead, I guess is what I'm trying to ask. Not that mining is like roleplay or anything, but like, I don't know, that all just felt like part of immersing myself in the world. You know, it's funny too, I feel like they did it so much better in Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 1, I was so bored by the side content. And if we play through Mass Effect at some point, you'll probably see me do the same. The initial game 1, I skip so many of the side quests. Like, they're always on the same moon, they're using the same assets, they're boring, they're quiet. Something about Mass Effect 2 just fucking did it right for me. It's my favorite game. Absolutely, hands down, favorite game ever is Mass Effect 2. I probably spent the most time in that game too. I think I rushed through Mass Effect 1. Wow, English. I think I rushed through Mass Effect 1 originally. I liked the story, although I had problems with it. There were aspects of the writing in Mass Effect 1 that bothered me. I thought that they missed this. You want to hear my Mass Effect hot take? I'll give you my... You think my hot take is about mining in Mass Effect 2. I'll give you the real Mass Effect hot take. I think Saren was mishandled and was a poorly written character. He's considered like on the level of Sephiroth, according to everyone's headcanon. I thought they could have done so much more with him and that they neglected him. I think the idea of Saren is more important to people than what was actually written in the game. And Mass Effect 3 I enjoyed as well. I think I enjoyed Mass Effect 3 a lot more than many people did. But I went on hiatus in the middle of it. And I don't remember why, I don't remember what inspired it. It wasn't even like as we got towards the ending. During some of the missions, really early on in Mass Effect, I just kind of got bored. And eventually I got through it, and I played the rest of the game, and I really enjoyed myself, but something about the side missions in Mass Effect 3 felt weird to me the first time I played through it.
Drive her out at the point of your spear, Guardian.
Tell me, why do you consider Andromeda an abomination? What didn't do it for you? That isn't, I didn't like the animations at launch, because those were fixed. Aside from launch bugginess, what about the actual game bothered you? I'm curious. And I'm not about to White Knight Andromeda, I didn't finish it. I want to get back to it at some point, but I am curious, because most of the time when I talk to people about it, they'll say something about the launch bugs, which isn't necessarily a critique of the game. Critique of the company, maybe. You won't get argument from me on that. Characters felt super flat, the story was unengaging, but the gameplay was fun. Okay. Fair. I thought the gameplay in Andromeda was excellent. I did get a little bored too, so I think we might actually be of similar minds. I want to go back to it and I want to give it another try, because I did the same thing with Mass Effect 3. I got bored of Mass Effect 3. Interesting. Yeah, I will say this. I fell so hard for Vetra. I am Vetra over Garrus, but I think a large part of the internet likes PB a lot more than I did. I thought PB was annoying as hell. Am I saying her name right? Was it PB? PB was the Asari, right? PB bothered the hell out of me. Vetra fucking adore. I would die for that woman. The best way I can describe PB was like an Asari who's a scene girl. Was the way that I perceived her. And it just, there was so much dissonance in that for me, having met all of the Asari that were like these noble, like night elf, like timeless creatures. And maybe that's what they were doing. Maybe they did that on purpose. Like maybe their whole purpose, and I'm sure they'd say it was, their whole purpose was probably to subvert expectations by creating an Asari who's more of a brat. And if they did, then mission accomplished. It just didn't land with me. For me personally, I just didn't find it fun. I can't really explain it. I just didn't find myself sucked in as I was with previous games. I feel that. I think that kind of is what got me originally with Mass Effect 3. Something just wasn't landing. But when I came back, I liked it. And I liked a lot of the things that people hated about it. A lot of people were really angry at the ending. I was weirdly okay with the ending. What got me was the middle, the quests. When you went from planet to planet. I remember specifically going to the planet when you were on Tachanka. And there's a big driving section on the highways of Tachanka. And I remember just like quitting the game randomly. Like I just control Q, like, or you know, whatever, X'd out of the game. I was like, I'm not enjoying myself and I can't say why. I'm gonna stop playing now. And I stopped for like months and then I finally went back and I played through the rest of it. Ah! Am I not alone? Was it that part? Something about it just felt, agonizingly slow to me. And I couldn't put my finger on it. I think Mass Effect 2 got it right. I think 1 and 3 had pacing issues that I struggled with, even though as a whole I love the trilogy. Mass Effect 2, I feel like got it fucking perfect. And you know, say what you will about the Human Reaper and that how fucking weird that was. Like taken as a whole, the story outside of that completely dropped plot point was fucking phenomenal.
Put too much faith in your god, Zavala. The Traveler
Is someone trying to substitute grind for content again? Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe, baby. I will say this, the multiplayer. If you like PvE horde modes, the multiplayer... Okay, hang on a second. That Titan looks incredible. Hold on. Who are you? Oh my god. This is such a wild fucking look for a Titan. I'm into it. It's so weird, but I like it. Damn. All right. If you don't mind PvE horde modes, the Mass Effect in 3 and Andromeda was phenomenal. And Mass Effect Andromeda's multiplayer is just excellent. I played the shit out of Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer. Imagine believing Jack was straight. Yeah, they had weird restrictions on who you could romance, but it is an older game. So I kind of just roll my eyes at it. Like at this point, it's an older game, so I'm like, all right, they were doing that weird shit where they feel like they include like the gay option and that's it. Or they're like 2 options. I think there were like 2 options and they're both like random side characters, not central cast, unless you go for Liara. And then Mass Effect 3, it was like, congrats, you can romance the reporter girl. That's it.
You're in the thick, Guardian.
There might have been like one other. There I think they didn't do well. They didn't do well. I clearly have a thing for Turians though, because as I'm sure you'll see. Well, no, unless we do something different. Unless I do something different, because it's a new playthrough. The first time I went through, I was like, Garrus. No, first time I was like, I think on first playthrough, I was like, Tali. But then by Mass Effect 2, I was like, nope, Garrus. Mass Effect 3, Garrus. And then Andromeda, I was like, wait a minute, Vetra. Oh, Vetra.
Guardian, I need those cleared so I can tap into the network.
How am I still in the 80s? Why is this taking so long? What am I doing wrong? Calibrate data and defeat targets while using. Calibration occurs when you complete Vanguard operations. That's what I'm doing. Gambit and Crucible Strikes are seasonal playlist activities. That's it. Just really... All right, we gotta remember the number 88, because I don't think this is going up very fast. I swear if I'm getting 1 per clear, I'm a little confused. Because I have the seasonal that's supposed to boost it. Where is it? This. Catalyst Quest Boost Omega.
The Hive are sending an ogre.
They should. Anything that uses the word catalyst should give me progress for free, honestly. I don't know what they're thinking denying me. It's both AoE. I don't know why. The trajectories on the grenade launcher I find so much more fun than AoE bow. I used Trinity Ghoul for a long time, though. I really liked Trinity Ghoul for a minute, but then I got bored of it. I'm gonna make an edutainment game about chemical catalysts. You know, I'm sure that would be just a resounding success. Steam Game of the Year. I would be happy to learn about chemical catalysts. I would do my best. I would. Make perfect sense for a former Mac gamer like myself. You know, for us, Photoshop was basically a game. We had like 3 games. Marathon, original Halo, original Unreal. Anything by Ambrosia. Ambrosia Software made lots of games. That's about it. Just those. not even opposed to locking romance options, but they handled it so fucking badly. Like, is a soft check at some point that hard prior to overtly romantic scene? A soft check. What do you mean? Do you mean like... Because weren't there some moments... I swear there was a moment, unless I'm misunderstanding your use of soft check. Wasn't there a moment with Liara where, like, she pretty early on is like, are you into me or not? Because if you're not, I'm moving on. I feel like that happened in one of the games. Possibly the first game. Maybe they don't all do it. And then Jack. I mean, wasn't Jack the hardest... Jack was like the hardest romance option in the game, wasn't she? Oh, Cyberpunk 2077. What happens in that? Just like, oops, I picked the wrong dialogue box. We're apparently fucking now, or? I'll tell you, I did a perfect run my first Mass Effect playthrough, and I even made story decisions that I thought would be personally meaningful to the characters, and then proceeded to get absolutely no payoff whatsoever because they hadn't planned that far ahead. So the fact that I had Jack hold up the shield instead of Samara, because Samara was more than capable as a biotic, and Jack lacked self-confidence. And so I wanted to prove to Jack that by putting the entire team's safety in her hands, I was proving to her, kind of like with Alpha and Tome, that she was a reliable member on the team and that she could handle the responsibility of protecting her friends. And I thought that that would be an incredibly meaningful moment for her where she could realize that she has value and that she's a core member of the team and that we appreciate her. And there was absolutely no payoff for that whatsoever. I suspect whether I had Samara do it or Jack do it, the outcome would have been exactly the same. And here I thought I was creating like this amazing story beat for a character, like this hard-earned moment of proving to herself that she's worth more than she bargained for.
Powers are ours again. Grabbing you a laser core for the gunk.
There's no difference in the interactions in 2077 until a very romantic scene that actually triggers a gender check. And you get hard shut down if you're not the right... Which is so funny, because you can choose either genitalia, but there's like a hard gender option, isn't there? That's so fascinating. Oof. That is how you say not great. I know, so I've heard so many different mixed takes on that game. Like, I know some people that love it and think it's like the best fucking representation ever. And I know people that think that it's like dog shit. And it's so fascinating to me to hear their takes on why.
We'll need to open up the campus again.
I guess it speaks a lot to your own experience and priorities, maybe. You know, because I know some people for whom, like, just being able to, like, pick whatever genitalia they want is, like, the best representation they've ever seen. But there are some people that, yeah, that, like, the fact that there's, like, a hard gender lock option is, like, the deal breaker. And that's, like, completely not on the radar of the other people. I find that really funny that the, I think we found out last time you'd said, or someone had said that, like, there was, like, so there's story options that are locked to gender and voice options that are locked to gender. but any genitalia you want or something. The biggest loss in 2077 was the removal of the mecha furries from Night City lore. What constitutes... Is that like a furry in a mech suit? Or is that like an actual robotic, like having modded yourself so that you're like a metal fox? How does that work? Actual modded metal fox. That sounds sick, actually. You could be like a mecha Nihilok. I have never played a Cyberpunk game, but I am extremely enamored of Cyberpunk aesthetic in general. So it is probably silly that I've never picked up a Cyberpunk game since it's a theming, a sci-fi theming that I'm very much in love with. I've heard good things about Shadowrun. That's a retro game, right, at this point? Or is there a new Shadowrun?
Open sesame.
I guess retro is in the eye of the beholder. Isn't Shadowrun like an ancient game, or did they make a new version of it? I've heard a lot of people talk positively about that. The 2 DLCs that we will have, the 1 DLC that we will have. Oh no. Oh no, have they been walking back their plans for the game?
Hidden Guardian. Hang on, Jinju. We're in for some chop.
Okay, 6 years ago is not that old. I guess I meant like, you know, am I playing a game from like, you know, let's say like 2016 on, or am I playing a game from like 1996? Are both my teammates just dead down there? Okay. Great. It's great. Oh, that was way too not close enough.
Moving back to a holding pattern. Good luck.
Not close enough. This bow has tricks. I love seeing the 5 arrows on the bow. That is so cool looking. I love how they're sort of knocked. They're going through metal holes, which feels like it wouldn't work, but here we are. All right, we're in.
The Hive aren't switching up their strategy. What's that saying you used to like, Elsie? If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah, that is very cool.
Though I might have taken it too literally.
Darkness envelops you. And there's like a little icicle stuck in there already, which means the arrow might not even fly through it. Huh. Literally cool. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. They are getting the other one, so we are good. I have got to hit the button, my dears. I'm out of snooze. I'll be right back. Or my system will crash. I run so close to the edge of my GPU whenever I play anything that, like... I really, really thought that getting the 3080 Ti would be a huge game changer, but seemingly, streaming plus game on a 3080 Ti plus model, still struggle. Did you come back? What did you do over there? Why is it up there? Why did you put it here? Buddy, what are you doing? What? Okay, it's on a terminal, so they didn't put it up here. But what? Why didn't you break them? What the shit?
Secure what we can of Charlemagne Guardian and slip away safely.
Doesn't help that NVIDIA and Lightfall updates haven't been playing nicely. Yeah, it does make me wonder, like, when I've got my proper model, how fucked am I? I'm really worried that like, if and when I'm running VTube Studio, even if the lion's share of the work is being done by my phone, I'm really worried that once I'm using VTube Studio, it's gonna be like, congratulations, you can't actually stream. I really hope it's not. I really hope it doesn't fuck the GPU as bad as I worry it will. Because to be fair, my PNG model takes up like almost no resources whatsoever. It's just the fact that my stubborn ass likes playing games in high quality. I do not like downsampling my games. So I'm kind of doing it to myself, but I really wish I didn't have to. I usually just go around clearing ads during this, but I feel like I'm gonna need to help more. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I have a lot of questions about that. I know Toaster does. I need to talk to Toaster more about that. Like, I don't know if I would want to invest in a whole other computer, because that just seems like a nightmare. But, and I also don't know, like, if you're running the game off the main machine or are you streaming off the main machine? Like, which one are you prioritizing? And if you're gaming off the main machine, these are all questions for Toaster. If you're gaming off the main machine, but then you're streaming off the machine that's like, you can't see, that doesn't have a monitor connected to it that you have to remote into, does that mean that there are certain things, like if something goes wrong, you might not even notice? Because like you don't have OBS there, so you can't see when like you accidentally have the sound turned down or something, and you're muted completely, and you're relying on chat to let you know, which, you know, you would, but Yeah, I wonder. I have a lot of questions about that. It makes a whole lot more sense to me when I'm running off of one machine. The model itself usually gets captured by the phone, but yeah, I think Toaster runs OBS and everything from a whole second machine. I assume I wouldn't have a monitor for the streaming PC, because where the fuck would I put it? Although you're not in my house. I guess it depends on where you live. I don't know that I would have anywhere to put another machine unless I just mounted it to the wall above me, which maybe could be an option. I've got like no desk space. It does feel silly to have to run two. Although I realize some of that is in the design of games. Like, games are designed to try and suck your card dry and use as much as possible. I might be betraying a lack of understanding about the technology, but I honestly feel sometimes like... Sometimes I feel like the GPU is completely getting sucked up almost unnecessarily, just because like the game is completely designed to use as much of your card as humanly possible and to bully other processes. Like, the game wants to use 100% GPU by design. I'm sure I'm not entirely describing it right, but clearly you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Does Chrome do the same thing? I've run Chrome for a while. I honestly don't I don't really like Chrome. I don't really like Firefox either. I don't really know what I want to do about a browser. I run Chrome for the most part because Chrome is like where all of my everything is synced. And since I run between multiple computers, like having like password syncing and account syncing and settings syncing, and like I value that shit a lot. Although I'm sure there's probably a way to do it on Firefox as well. Like, everything I do is run through Google. Love a Firefox though. It's got all the same shit. Yeah, if there's a way, I've got plenty of RAM. Like, RAM's never been a huge issue, but I wonder if there's a way to sync most of your Google stuff using Firefox as well. I would be down to make the switch. Suffins uses Firefox. I think I just often go for the path of least resistance. I'm like, I use Google. Everything syncs through Google. I will use Chrome. Yeah, I can probably Google that. Honestly, yeah, I know consoles are specifically made for it, but why do I have an expensive computer I spent thousands on? Maybe more like games are designed not to take all available. Maybe more like games are designed not to take all available resources. I know you're gonna teleport, just teleport. Okay, fine. Yeah, I've been running into freezing issues with Chrome. So, go figure.
I know this.
All right, 88. What did I go up to?
Fact, but at the time I felt
92. That's not amazing, but at least it's more than one.
You saw who he was, even back then.
And I did everything I could to stand in his way, to curb his worst impulses.
Yeah, real Naston, getting back to what you said, I worry about a couple of things with a separate machine. I worry about having the space for it because I don't have a lot of space in my room. My room is very well packed with stuff, and part of it is because I have a full recording booth in my bedroom. But I also don't know where I would put the monitor. I guess like maybe I could mount it on the wall above me, but then I would also need a place for the keyboard, unless my keyboard and mouse go through a switch. I guess if I ran the keyboard and mouse into a switch, assuming that didn't fuck with Razer's software, then if I needed to switch to the other machine, I could just press a button at the back of my desk. I used to have one of those, but it made the most disgusting hissing sound. Like it made this high-pitched whine after a couple of weeks that drove me crazy. Yeah, that's the weird left brain shit I think about. Is like, where would I put the screen though? How would I wire it though? Like, I don't have a lot of space. Where would I put the keyboard and mouse? And also, like, how big an investment would that be when I'm already looking at all the proper VTube stuff being like a pretty big fucking investment to begin with?
The Fallen will continue to claw at the walls of our city unless we strike them down.
Might have to happen either way. I mean, if I get to the other end of the VTube,
In the shadow of an old colony ship, we've located the House of
the VTube arc, so to speak, and it's just not running properly, then obviously, like, I would need to bite the bullet.
Destroy its machine guard and send their souls screaming back to hell.
Isn't Chromium planning to nuke Adblock? My girlfriend nearly converted me to Edge because it runs so well, but I'm stubborn. Really? Edge? All right, Firefox versus Edge. What are your opinions? I, like, never use Edge. I just remember Internet Explorer being terrifying. Like, terrifyingly bad. You're the Edge girlfriend? Firefox is kind of the only thing left that's got privacy stuff. Doesn't that make you feel great? They're like, look, we need to make money, so we need to sell your data. And it's like, okay, cool, what's my cut? And they're like, what? What's my cut? The answer is probably, the bullshit answer they'd give you is like, well, the program's free, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. My girlfriend hates me. I'm sorry. Horizonium Labs. Jono, what's happening? How are you? Oof. We're coming up on 3.5 hours, and we're coming up on 6:30, which means I can't stay much longer, can I? I've got Animator right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I completely forgot about this. Can I make a ladder? Yeah, I can.
The way out of here is sealed.
Uh-oh. We need enemies faster. We need more enemies. We need enemies! I have not done the raid yet. Nilky did the day one, and I'm super jealous. I won't be... Nilky also said that it's fairly easy, but apparently it's complicated enough that they don't feel comfortable taking people through on a second run. So chances are I will not be getting the day one. I will not be getting the emblem. I won't be one of the cool kids. What can you do? For a second, I got my hopes up that maybe, just this once, I'd be one of the cool kids. But I'm not cool. Yeah, you can get the jacket without doing the day one. You'll be fine for the jacket. I think you'll be all right. As long as you get it done, I want to say as long as you get it done by the end of week 1. So like if you clear it before Tuesday, unless they've extended that, they might have extended that too. But for a while it was like as long as you got it done by Tuesday, you'd get access to the jacket and stuff.
Just so you know, there's more.
Yeah, if you do contest mode and you actually get it and you get it finished, it's you get a special emblem. I don't really like the emblem a whole lot, but I don't know. I have dreams of one day having a not horrible day one experience. I've had 2 really horrible ones. I kind of told myself I wouldn't do it again, but I think there's kind of a big caveat there. I think in the past I've been running with people I didn't know that well, and some of them were clanmates, but we just didn't know each other super well. I think if I were playing with Nilky or if I were playing with Rail, or Zuffins, I would be down to do a day one. But I think it would have to come from like Nilki or Rail, honestly, for me to be like, I'm in. Otherwise, if it's like, you know, Jack and Frank are doing day one, you don't know them. We're in the same tag. You've never hung out before, but you know, they're cool. You should go with them. I'm probably less inclined to go if I'm being honest. And it's nothing against Jack and Frank. It's just gonna be, I feel like I'm gonna have more, I'll probably end up having more patience and more drive if I'm playing with people who I consider my close friends.
We can move now.
I want to do day one, but I don't know anyone. I tried earlier, but my in-game voice is dead. Yeah, no, I think you'd have to be on a Discord. A lot of people will do public Discords, or they'll invite people to private Discords. Like you can probably find a Discord no matter what. I don't think I've ever used the in-game voice feature. I just like, I hate the, you know, maybe I've had bad luck, but my 2 day one experiences involved people just leaving like a couple hours in. Last time people left literally the night before or the day before or something. And that drives me crazy. Drives me absolutely crazy. If we got to the end of the day one push and we didn't get it done, I would be fine. I might be bummed, but like I'd be fine. When you leave in the middle like that and you force the rest of your team to have to fill for the entire event because they don't have a dedicated team anymore, that really hurts. That's like, you're really wasting your friend's time at that point. So I'm very, very cautious. I'm very cautious and paranoid when it comes to the day one, the concept of a day one. Hey, Average Andrew. Welcome, welcome. Been lurking for a while. I love the vibes here. Thank you. I'm so glad to hear you say that. That means a whole lot. I am very glad you're here. All right. Welcome back, Monarch. All right, we've got a big-ass servitor to kill. I'm okay. I'm still sleepy. I don't know what's going on today. It's probably because I'm, like, practically in the dark at this point. I should probably turn on some lights. Today has been a very cozy, sleepy day. I put on my thick winter socks. I made a big thing of coffee that is not working, mind you. I'm just gonna say it. Coffee is not working. I just missed with 2 missiles. How the fuck did I just miss with 2 homing missiles? I don't know if it matters what I shoot. I haven't figured out yet if I need to be shooting the crystal or the frozen enemy or if it doesn't matter. Come on, come back, 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 come back. Please. Why are you... Okay. I guess I'll just hang out here then.
Well done.
I was waiting for him to teleport back.
Prime cast a great shadow over our city. With its destruction, the fallen devils will grow weaker. We must stay...
Have fun, try to have fun, Misfortune.
And they'll find ways to survive. They always do.
They always do. Yo, 96. Gosh, this is taking a long time. How about that shit? High tier Nightfall completions, Crucible and Gambit wins, and defeating Guardians provide additional progress. Defeating Guardians, huh? Defeating Guardians provide additional progress. So if you just took this into Crucible, problem is I wouldn't be getting the Vanguard rep that I need. I'm only at Fabled. Gosh, this is going to take a while. Oh, there is a streak. I swore they'd taken that away. So I actually have a streak bonus right now. I'm so... You know what? I think I might just call this the grind for rep and say fuck the bow catalyst for now. We can go back and do the bow catalyst later. I need to be running strikes either way, so I may as well run them using a loadout that I actually like so I don't end up bored out of my mind. I have up on that bow, to be honest. I have up. I have up? What do you mean? Ow. Oh, you gave up. That's what I'm feeling. Maybe it'll be different eventually. Like, I guess if the progress is good enough, I could force myself to run it for a few GMs once we're halfway into the season. That might make it a little easier.
Erected a proving ground outside that massive tank.
But I don't know.
The pack hunts.
Give me an orb. Oh, I'm in the wrong loadout again. Hang on. This is why it isn't working. We good? Nope, that's not right. Oh shit, everything's wrong. Hang on. Nope, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine? No, Void Holster doesn't... I don't think Void Holster works anymore. I think they broke Void Holster on Fighting Lion. Let's check. Yeah, no, they broke it. Okay, so I need a second weapon surge. And that is what this loadout is meant to be. All right. Love it for stasis bounties. Yeah, I'm so happy that you don't have to use abilities for that. Because for a long time, there weren't a whole lot of stasis weapons. So the fact that you can now just like go in and rock a stasis weapon and get the kills you need is really, really nice. I have some crunchies. I'm going to try to mute while I crunch. You don't want to hear me crunch. Oh God. I should probably just not be this close. Oh God. I'm afraid to go in there. Yeah, I got the little crackers that have the seaweed around them. Because they're yummy. You ever have those? What are they called? Norimaki Arare.
Show your enemy no quarter, as they did to us in the Red War.
Yeah, they're really yummy. I got a big bag of them and I've been having a few too many of them. Also, is this the biggest package of silica gel I've ever seen? That is a tremendous amount of silica gel. That's like enough silica gel for like 8 of these bags. Yeah, for better or worse, there is a really nice Japanese grocery store that just opened near me, and I have been buying a lot of snacks there. You have discovered a Melly in the wild. How's it going, Modzy? I can't ride. Thank God this doesn't apply to real life. I can, in fact, drive fairly well. I am abysmal with sparrows. As well as the cars in, like, Borderlands and shit. In-game, video game vehicles, I am utter trash at. This game can't handle my level of Shazbot. I actually can't drive in real life, but I'm pretty good at racing games. Interesting. I've been driving a long time, but when I was in New York, I didn't need a car. So when I moved to Dallas, I had to teach myself to, had to like really quickly relearn driving on the fly. Because I probably went a period of like 8 years, at least, where I didn't need a car. You've never learned how to drive? Did you, do you live in a city as well? I had a lot of friends that grew up like my friends that I was born in the city. I was raised out on Long Island.
Begin the rite of
Raised out on Long Island.
show them what we're made of.
So
And leave them
I didn't like
trembling.
grow up in the city. And I have a lot of friends that did. And a lot of the friends that grew up like in Manhattan just like never had a reason to learn to drive ever. I love this theme, by the way, the music for this fight. A little hard to hear over the explosions, but... Speaking of which, why can't you? Let's turn it up by a notch. Shit. Blind spot. They're in my dead zone. There we go. I guess I could switch at the end. I never remember to.
Inevitably break this treaty. We'll be
I
ready.
live in a small town, so I just walk everywhere. I wanted to learn when I was younger, but no one taught me.
But the good
I
work.
don't have enough money to pay for lessons now. Ugh. But with e-bikes, if I can save enough, I can get anywhere in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, a lot of people using those these days. I've never used one. That's not the same as Vespas, right? Like, there are actual electronic bikes. Like, e-bikes are like fucking bikes, right? That just have, like, motor assistance. I haven't been in LA long enough to know, but I wouldn't be surprised if those are popular here. LA loves green shit. Yeah, same with Manhattan, honestly. Like, I took the subway everywhere. I fucking slept on the subway. I walked everywhere. When I had a day off, I would usually I would go in from Brooklyn to Manhattan, and I had a Thai place I really loved in Soho. And so I'd go there first, and I'd start at my Thai place. And then I would get out, and I'd just walk. And I'd walk uptown. And I would just walk, and I'd walk, and I'd walk from Soho up to Greenwich Village, up to 14th Street, all the way up to 59th Street. Like, I'd walk for hours. And sometimes I'd go as high as the Upper East Side, and then I'd turn around, and I'd walk back the other way. And I was just listening to music.
Lovely to see you at my doorstep again.
Like, just chilling to music,
We have a taken infestation.
walking,
Much appreciated.
enjoying being outside.
How
How bad is this infest?
And then eventually I would hop, like, you know, if I got bored, I would just hop, like, the nearest subway home. What the shit? Oh, son of a bitch. They changed this. Escort the payload. What? Okay, so they decided to put in my least favorite public event.
It certainly is.
I hate this public event so much.
Of our Cabal allies.
Using Pyramid Tech?
Precisely. Protect that device and it'll clear out the blight.
And how much has this been tested?
It's being tested right now. By you.
Of course.
Yeah, Manhattan has pretty good public transit. It's filthy as hell, but it's really, really expansive. Like it's really thorough in its design. LA's public transit seems questionable from the outside looking in. I visited San Francisco once and it was okay. A lot of buses, which, like, I prefer the subway to the bus, but it is what it is. Way back in the day, like a decade ago, I spent a handful of weeks in Thailand. Their subway system's amazing.
See? Nothing to worry about.
Really, really clean, fully staffed, well lit. Lots of safety features. Like, I got a little bit of subway envy towards the Bangkok subway system. What's nice about the subway is, like, you're underground, which means when it's cold, like, it'll still be a little cold down there, but, like, it'll be warmer down there. You're sheltered. You're not, like, standing up on some platform in the rain with, like, a little bit of an awning to protect you. Why are we doing another one of these? Oh, God, why did they make Lake of Shadows awful? Sydney has good public transport. Lived here for years. Also, hey, Allie, and don't feel like I need a car. All right. Most Southeast Asia countries have good public transport. Yeah, I was blown away by how nice it was. I spent a lot of time out in Bangkok, just exploring. There's a lot to do at night. Like, there's a lot of it's very tourist focused, but there's a lot of, like, night city stuff to do. Places to go get food and hang out and listen to music. Blah. I will travel under it. I'm not a big fan of, like, when it comes to Thai food, Tom Yum Goong, I think has, like, a shrimp base, and I'm not super thrilled about cooked shrimp for whatever reason. I love Tom Kha Gai. The lemongrass and coconut milk broth is incredible.
To be a bit bigger than the rest.
And fleshy with tentacles? Devrim, have you seen a hornet recently?
Right. Well, out it goes.
Ah, yes, the return of the meatball. Yeah. Yeah, food's great. Food is phenomenal. I found myself eating a lot of spring rolls. The one thing I was too cowardly to try. One thing I was too cowardly to try is cooked bugs of all different shapes and sizes are very, very, very popular in Bangkok. And they're very scary to me. I was too much of a coward. I've seen The Beach with Leonardo DiCaprio. You know, I get the appeal of like go to somewhere crazy and drink snake's blood, but I did not have the courage back then. If I went now, who knows? Maybe. Probably not. But everything else I ate was delicious. That's usually like the two things I do if I travel places. I don't do tourist things for the most part. I like to make friends, and I like to eat food. Like if I could travel all over the world and like, I don't know, like see some good theater, eat some good food and make some friends, that's time well spent away. You've eaten crickets before? Yeah, I know that it's probably a combination. It's the idea, and it might end up being the texture more so than the taste. I feel like that's a lot of things, is like foreign ideas and foreign textures. You know, it creeps me out. But the fact that so many people are into it means it can't be that bad. I'm just a coward. Texture a lot, you know, like, so I'm super into, I fucking love persimmons. I'm gonna fuck it up now. Is it Fuyu or is it, I never remember the names. Which ones do I like? Fuyu or Hachia? I like the Fuyu. Fuyu persimmons are, I fucking love persimmons. They taste a little bit like marzipan. They're fucking delicious, and it's all texture. Like, you've got two types. You got Fuyu, which are, they look like tomatoes, but they have the texture of apples. And then you've got Hachia, which look like apples. When I say look like, very loosely, but they like have the shape of apples, but they have the texture of tomatoes. And those ones are supposedly fucking delicious. They weird the hell out of me because they're soupy and they're slimy. I can much easier handle something that has like a crisp apple texture. So the Fuyu ones are the way to go for me. But again, I think it's just texture. Oh, there I go. It's probably why I also struggle with fats. Like if certain foods are cooked well and the fat renders in a way that it like melts in your mouth, I'm fine with it. But if there's too much density to the fat in cooked meat, oh my God, gag reflex. It absolutely ruins me. Yeah, I love them. I love them to death. But yeah, they do have have you had, I know that that's technically almonds, but have you had marzipan? Do you know what I mean when I say it kind of tastes like marzipan? Amaretto is also made with almonds, although that's a little harder to compare it to because that's a liquid and an alcohol. Yeah, they're very sweet if you get them right. Sadly, they're better in LA, so I've been getting them more often out here. When I was in Texas, my God, everywhere I ever saw persimmons, they were rotting. They were like 3 weeks too late. Just a pile of rotten persimmons in the grocery store that for some reason they didn't have enough shame to get rid of. LA so far has been great though. Like the produce in LA in general. The produce in California in general is crazy good. I feel so spoiled now that I'm out here with the quality of produce. Is this the same boss fight after all that? It is the same fucking boss fight. All right. Leon. A grocery box. Is that one of those things where like they deliver random stuff and then you use it however you see fit? Or do you have like a measure of control over that?
And that's the last of them. Guardian, you have my thanks. Especially for continuing to keep the ED.
This was a problem in Manhattan as well, by the way. In Manhattan, there would be like,
Home is where the
you know,
taken are, eh?
you'd see, you know, you might be able to find like higher end grocery stores in the middle of Manhattan that had like beautiful, sparkling produce. But then most of the bodegas you went to on the corners, it would just be like gross shit, but you made do. I've spent many minutes of my life in bodegas in Manhattan or like little grocery stores along the block, like trying to find the one good onion in a pile of bad onions. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, you know what? I hate... Oh, we're going back in. Well, if it's a good one, I'll do one more. But I think I need to end it after this. I hate to be abrupt. I got a lot of writing I gotta do. Brr. But the good news is I'm on schedule, which means if I keep it up, I'll have another Sunday free. And I love being able to do Sunday nights with everybody.
Cabal forces are entrenched out here.
Crush the Cabal defenders. All right, I'll do this last one, then we'll call it.
Those command carriers are likely to send reinforcements.
It's random, but you have control depending on the box. I think both Imperfect Produce and Misfit Market gives you control. Imperfect Produce, that's really funny. I've seen a lot of those ads where they're like, you know, how many summer squash get thrown away because they're shaped like weird dicks? Well, that summer squash is still good. And here at Misshapen Dick Produce, we believe that all produce deserves a chance to go from farm to table. So, sign up for our product. You save money, you get a box full of weird ass looking produce that are just as delicious as the regular produce. Yeah, I've seen those ads. And I think that's a cool concept. Not a marketer. No, not really. How did you know? How could you tell? People constantly asking, wait, why did you not just buy X thing in person? And like in-person shopping in NYC sucks. Man, so, you know, I wasn't living in... COVID started after I moved, right? So I haven't lived in COVID New York. I used to go shopping all the time. Like, I feel like the quintessential... You might disagree. I feel like the quintessential New York experience for me was, like, walking to a grocery store and walking, like, 8 blocks home with, like, a shitload of grocery bags divvied out between both hands. Like, to me, that's, like, fucking New York grocery shopping in a nutshell. But... I do have a lot of friends that do delivery. My housemates go back and forth. My housemates will go shopping sometimes, but they'll still like order in advance and pick up. Sometimes they'll also order and have it delivered. I feel like out of the 3 of us, I'm the only one that just goes shopping and like walks the aisles looking for stuff. So it's definitely becoming more popular, I guess, to do all of that stuff like from home on the website. I always feel like I'm like some chef walking around in grocery stores because I'll be like looking through and I'll be like, ooh, those shallots look nice. I know what I can do with these. I'm gonna pick up some shallots. Oh, you know, I wasn't planning on picking up wild mushroom blends, but this mushroom blend looks really good. I was gonna make butter tomato, but what if I made wild mushroom instead? I'm like planning on the fly as I'm walking through the grocery store. I'm like walking through their pasta section. I'm judging their pastas. I'm like, all right, do we have DiCecco? Fuck, we don't have DiCecco. Do we at least have Barilla? Okay, we've got Barilla. Do we have fettuccine? They don't have fucking fettuccine. They don't. I go into full Italian mode. I'm like, they don't have DiCecco. They don't have fettuccine. What the fuck are they doing with their pasta? Pasta, Icky. What's the matter with you? I love me some good pasta. I was raised on it. I've got olive oil and marinara sauce in my veins. Actually, marinara sauce was never part of the equation. My grandpa always used to say, so people from like Italy and the Mediterranean and areas like that are considered olive skin people. And especially if you're Southern Italian like my family is, we're considered olive skin. My grandpa used to always say, we have olive oil skin. That was his thing. He was like, you've got the olive oil skin. I'm like, olive oil skin? Okay, Grandpa. I'm full to the brim. Olive oil in my veins. Calabrian Italian. Let's go. Fake Italian as far as, you know, people from the country go, since I don't speak the language. But that's not necessarily my fault. My mom grew up having not the best relationship with her family. So she resolved to be everything they weren't, so. Weirdly, by the time I was born, two things happened. I was raised in my grandma's house for the most part. Like, we were there constantly. So I was raised to be like very, very proud Italian, but the language was, I never grew up around the language, so I didn't learn it. Olive oil, icky too. All right, Miss Fortune. What kind of cuisine do you like? What do you eat? And this is not for the purpose of making fun of it. I'm just curious. I like good food. I'll take any recommendations you got. Are you more Asian? Different Asian cuisines? Do you like Korean or Japanese or Chinese food instead? Do you like, are you like all hamburgers and French fries? German, like sausages and sauerkraut and beer, apparently. I don't eat much. Okay. Hamburgers and toast. I don't eat much, and you like toast. So what would be like a fancy dinner for you? Do you ever do fancy? Like you're like, I'm gonna treat myself tonight and get something really yummy. What's really yummy?
Watch your back or you'll get
Unless that's toast. Toast with jam. Are you breakfast for all meals? Is that your thing? Because my mom does that sometimes. Are you like, I have an English muffin in the morning, I have an English muffin in the evening, I have tea along the way? My mom's a big breakfast for dinner kind of woman. Drives me crazy. I love breakfast foods. The time of day matters. I struggle with breakfast for dinner. My mom made all sorts of dishes when I was growing up. She was just, I think I probably learned, I didn't learn to cook from her because it actually took me until college to find an appreciation for cooking. And now I fucking love cooking. But my mom cooked all sorts of dishes. She cooked like Jamaican chicken dishes. She cooked curries. She made all sorts of fun things when I was a kid. Like I had a really varied diet. Living in my mom's house. And my mom was always really funny about it to my friends because I would have friends come over and she'd like put something on the plate and it would be something as simple as broccoli and my friends would be like, I don't like broccoli. That's gross. And my mom would be like, have you ever had broccoli? And they'd be like, no. And she'd be like, all right, you're eating the broccoli. You don't get to judge something you haven't tried. And that's probably why I'm really charitable to the bugs. The bugs gross the hell out of me, but I'm sure they're great if a lot of people like it. There's got to be something to it. Cheese icky. Holy shit. So cheese icky, burgers icky, pasta icky, oil icky. I mostly eat toast, rice, fish. So do you put something on your rice? Do you put a little like salt and pepper, furikake? Do you like stir fry some chicken over it, or do you just like raw, like not raw, but like plain white rice? Just plain rice. Okay, interesting. I wish I could follow you down the fish road. I can't eat fish. I think fish looks beautiful, but my body doesn't like it. I think if I had like one dream in the world, like one of my big dreams is to be able to eat fish. Because whenever I go through fish markets, I feel like I'm walking through a gem store, like perfectly cut, like sashimi grade salmon and tuna. I feel like I'm looking at gemstones. I'm allergic. I can't eat it. It'll fuck me up. I love shellfish though. Do you like shellfish, Miss Fortune? Because I love crawfish and lobster and crab. Crawfish probably the most. I will eat the shit out of crawfish. Hell yeah. All right. All right. We're doing a crawfish cook if we ever meet. That's the plan. We found common ground. I will eat the hell out of crawfish. Hey, Spray Tag, what's good? I had a housemate who was big on crawfish as well. I ordered some once with my housemate Mark at the time. And we were like, I love it. He hasn't had it a lot, but he enjoys it. But we were sort of like picking through it slowly and like savoring it. And my housemate Reggie comes home, who's been in the chat a couple of times. And I didn't realize Reggie was super keen on it. So she's like, yo, crawfish though. And we're like, yeah, do you... Most of the time I would see Reggie cook like plain pasta with like a little butter. And I'm like, holy shit, do you like crawfish? And she's like, yeah. And we're like, have some if you want. And she grabbed that shit and like,
Hey, do we have cocoa?
just slurped it straight out the shell. She was like 8 of them down in like under 10 seconds. I've never seen someone work crawfish the way she did. Crazy, crazy shit. Love me some good crab too. I like lobster. I like crawfish more though. Not much. Finally home and it's your day off. You know what? Crawfish is interesting. This is probably not fair to them, but the way I describe it, and if you don't know either of these things, then I can't help you. Crawfish is like a shrimp-sized lobster. The taste is a lot closer to lobster, but the size is a lot closer to shrimp. Then they look like tiny lobsters, but it is like shrimp-sized lobster. Basically. You don't really eat anything from the body up. The purists will like suck the whole inside out of the main body, but most laymen, people who don't like live and breathe crawfish life, will eat the tail. You eat the tail meat, you move on to the next one. They're good. They're very tasty. Usually you'll get them with like potato and corn and lots of fixings on the side and all sorts of like delicious juice to dip everything in. It's so super yummy. Thinking about a few things, Spray Tag? Yes. Helping my VTuber friend on how we can get her community to clip too and not rely on just you. Yeah, you know, I've noticed it really depends on what I do. I do not get many clips in Destiny. I do not get that many clips in Tome. I get clips if I say something weird. I get clips for Apex plays. Those are like the two things I get clips for more than anything else. At some point, I feel like, you know, like at some point down the line, I don't mean like tomorrow, I mean like 2 years from now, it could be helpful to have an editor. Because I know that like a lot of VTubers, my perception is that a lot of VTubers, once they're working regularly enough, kind of need someone to help do some of that stuff for them. So they might actually have dedicated clipping people. Yes, and creaming at, do you need help on your small business fucking jump scare? No, I think you were right the first time. I think you were right, creaming at, do you need help with your small business? Katie does everything for that. Well, that explains a whole lot, because I've been messaging her lately and she hasn't answered me. I need to follow up with her. I actually will probably follow up with her as soon as I end stream. Although I think she might still be raiding. The last time I connected with her, Katie was like, yo, I would love to play with you. We should play. All right, I'll back up and tell the story. Katie Cat followed me on Twitter. And so I messaged her back. And I was like, hey, really nice to meet you. And she's like, really nice to meet you too. And I was like, would you ever like to play? Like, would you consider... Katie Cat's a streamer that does Destiny and Apex and plays music. My understanding, I didn't know her beforehand. My understanding was that she blew up pretty recently because she's got a huge following right now. And I think someone in chat said that it was a fairly recent thing, which is kind of cool. Yeah, and she wrote back and she was like, I would love to play with you. And I'm like, fucking A, I would love to play with you. Let's do it. And so we swapped Destiny stuff. Like, she's probably on my friends list right now. Somewhere. We swapped Destiny information. I added her somewhere. Maybe it was Steam. We added each other on Discord. And I was like, all right, here's my schedule. Let me know what works for you. We'll figure it out. And she's gone. And I haven't been able to reach her since. So my understanding is that she's super fucking busy. So I'm infinitely patient. But I do want to fucking play with her at some point because she seems really cool. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, what the hell did we add? Okay, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. There are a lot of people that I want to play with more that I don't get a chance to a lot. I messaged Fruit as well recently. I'd love to play with Fruit again at some point. I want to play with Katie. I want to expand and make more friends, especially in the Destiny world, because for the most part, when I play Destiny, I'm usually playing with my friend group. I play with Nilky, I play with Rail, I play with Rose. I don't know many other streamers that stream Destiny, so I kind of got excited when I saw that Katie did. So I'm hoping that we can get in there at some point. I think that would be a lot of fun. She's working on her first album. Yeah, I believe it. I also saw she tweeted, I don't know if there was a follow-up to that. I saw that she tweeted something with... She had a similar background to Fruit, so I guess it looked like they were working on something together as well, which seems really cool. But we still have yet to actually talk, so fingers crossed. It's raid day today, so she's probably going to be up to her neck and stuff, but I am going to send her a message. I'm writing myself a note. I'm going to send myself a message to reach out again and follow up. I have not had Canary Melon. And unfortunately, I think I need to call it there. Because Lordy, it's 7:20 and I've got a lot of work I need to get done. Blah, 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 blah. I wish I could go forever. But if I work hard and I do my best, we will hopefully have a Sunday night free. Speaking of which, tell you what, she's got 500 people watching, so she's fine. But you know what? Just because we're talking about her right now, let's go ahead and raid Katie because she's also playing Destiny. Kimmy is also playing Destiny. By the way, I've told Kimmy like 5 times I want to play with her. She just started playing Destiny recently, and I'm like, oh my God, let's play together. And we still haven't fucking worked it out. I need to message her too. I've been giving Kimmy a lot of shit over Destiny lately because she just casually jumps into one of my favorite games and doesn't invite me to collaborate. So we need to rectify that soon as well. Can always just shake them. All right, I will see you soon. I don't have a raid message. I would say throw a whole bunch of the raid tag in there. Give her some love. Let's see if she's in the raid. Let me see if she's in the raid real quick. Maybe I'll have you offer her a really nice ganbate. Give her a whole bunch of ganbate. If she's still raiding. Let's see if she's still raiding. We'll find out in a second. I see she's got her divinity on, so I think she's in the raid. So by the way, content warning. I'm sending you into a stream that may be doing the current raid. So if you are a fan of blind runs like I am, feel free to dip. But otherwise, if it doesn't matter to you and you just want to see cool gameplay and Destiny content, give her my love, wish her luck, and I love you all. And thank you so much for spending your time with me this afternoon. I can't wait to see you again. I'm just going to stall this thing forever. If you're here for the first time and you like the vibe, feel free to give me a follow. Join the Discord. I hope to see you again soon. All right. Night.